Thank you. 10 minutes into the official time we were supposed to begin, but just a bit of setup that we are concluding with, and trust me, in the next 5 minutes we will definitely be starting. So just get done with your breakfast, with the exchange of pleasantries, and in the next 5 minutes we should be starting. all at least had something to eat this morning. But while you were having a bite of your fruit or your vegetable or whatever you were eating, did anything cross your mind that there is someone who is yearning to at least even have just a percentage of the breakfast that you had, and that will be able to take them for days? Did that cross your mind? That there is someone out there who has been starving for the last 3 days, or has been starving for the last day, and they haven't been able to find food, and they don't even know whether they will actually be able to find food at any point in time. So these are some of the blessings that we never get to pay attention to. I normally love to tell people that learn to count your blessings, because while you are complaining about a situation that you're going through, there's someone who's complaining, who is going through worse than you are going through. So we just need to learn to be thankful. It's an integrated food security phase classification, and the discussions here are going to be about finding solutions, basically. First of all, realizing what is on ground, especially while we talk about Karamoja. It's very unfortunate. Back in the day while we were growing up, there was that unfortunate statement that was always said, we shall not wait for the Karamojongs to develop. No, the human beings, and it's a vast area with a lot of potential, but a lot of attention as well has to be given. Just this morning while on the show, our reporter from Karamoja was still giving an update about insecurity with regard to the guns and the infighting that is there. That, coupled with the food insecurity, even worsens it. When we bring in the food crisis, the skyrocketing prices, and thinking about the fact that it's a rainy season, or it was a rainy season and people needed to plant. If people ate up their seed stock, that means they will not have something to plant. That means they will not have something to eat in the next time. And we cannot always keep having to think about food relief, because it's not sustainable. It's only a stopgap measure, but what's the lasting solution to matters food insecurity in Karamoja? Because while you speak about it, then think about the pregnant mothers, then think about the children. You're talking about malnutrition there, which has adverse effects on children while they are growing up. So we will just look at just this kid not having something to eat, but you're not paying attention to just how much it will affect that child as they grow up. We've been having some of those statistics displayed here, or if you could just look at pull-up banners all across. It is saddening, and that's the reason why we come together today and talk about the realities and talk about what sort of solutions we can be able to find. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all, and thank you so much for honoring this invite. Without any further ado, of course, we cannot talk about food, we cannot talk about agriculture without including organizations like the World Food Program, the Food and Agriculture Organization. We're talking about children there. We cannot go away from organizations like UNICEF. I want to particularly say a special thank you to the United Nations family, because even looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, we're leaving no one behind. That is why we can't say we're paying attention to the women and not the men, or paying attention to the children and not any other group or classification. Everyone has to be included, and we have to move together. The Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries will also be joining us in just a bit. And of course, Office of the Prime Minister, which houses the Ministry of Karamoja as well. But to kick off our remarks for this morning, allow me invite the Assistant Commissioner Nutrition from the Ministry of Health. We will have the Minister for Agriculture join us much later on, and the Minister for Karamoja Affairs. But ladies and gentlemen, invite with me Madame Samali Namkose, who is an Assistant Commissioner Nutrition at the Ministry of Health. Are we just speaking about statements and figures, or it is actually what's happening on ground, and what's the effect, both the short-term, medium-term, and the long-term effect of matters nutrition? Let's give a round of applause to Samali as she comes to speak to us.
We are very grateful to our God who has enabled us to be here. representatives from Ministry of Agriculture, Minister for Karamoja Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister, UN representatives, the UNICEF, WHO, UNHCR, WFP, Food and Agriculture Organization, representatives from the sectors, and the local governments from Karamoja, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the World Food Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, UNICEF, Global Support Unit, and many other agencies who have really provided technical and financial support towards the food and nutrition assessments and the integrated food phase classification analysis. Allow me also at this juncture to appreciate the hard work of the IPC Technical Working Group and the Secretariat, which is housed at the Ministry of Agriculture, for the coordination and ensuring that they organize this meeting. We are really very, very grateful for that support. As you are all aware, Ministry of Health has been participating in the IPC Technical Working Group meetings and also during the IPC analysis. And I'm happy to mention some of the key people here who have really been very, very instrumental. Mr. Tim Mateba has really been instrumental. Tim Mateba is the Senior Nutritionist, Minister of Agriculture. We also have a Minister of Health. We also have representatives from the regional referral hospitals, the district nutritionists, who have really been very, very instrumental in the IPC work. Members, allow me to request you to put your hands together to appreciate this team for their hard work and in making sure that they produce these products that you are seeing and the reports that we are going to hear today. As Ministry of Health, we take lead in the food security and nutrition assessments, and we have been doing this in Karamoja area and also the refugee settlements. And it is important to note that Ministry of Health has been leading on the IPC acute malnutrition analysis, while our colleagues in Ministry of Agriculture have been leading on the IPC acute food insecurity. So we have been working together. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda recognizes the critical role that nutrition plays in the health and well-being of its population, as well as the socio-economic development of our nation. And particularly, Ministry of Health is mandated to drive the nutrition-specific interventions. These are interventions that affect or directly affect the nutritional status of individuals. But I want to say that together we've been working with other stakeholders who provide nutrition-sensitive interventions, not only to achieve the health sector goals, but we all work to contribute to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As earlier mentioned, the IPC of 2022 was informed by the Food and Nutrition Security Assessments of February 2022 in Karamoja region, whose findings showed high level of acute malnutrition among the children under 5 years and also the pregnant and lactating women. It is therefore important that we share the current nutrition situation and the IPC analysis report for the Karamoja region. I'm happy that this is happening today. Let me again take this opportunity to appeal to all the stakeholders here to provide pertinent support to the Ministry of Health as we try to strengthen our grip on the IPC acute malnutrition in this country. I want also to say that we require quite a lot of support when it comes to awareness creation in Karamoja. I know the report will be shared, the findings will be shared, which will let us know what the drivers of malnutrition are. We need quite a lot of support when it comes to community awareness for the population, for Karamoja community, to adopt those good feeding practices. I want also to say that we also require a lot of support when it comes to building the health service providers in Karamoja region. And as ministry, we have developed specific packages to prevent, packages that target prevention of malnutrition, and also packages that address management of malnutrition. So we shall require a lot of support when it comes to capacity building of critical mass of service providers who will care for the community. The other issue that I want to raise is that from the assessment, you see that the population is in dire need of food, and therefore I make an appeal to all the stakeholders here to ensure that we provide the food that is needed for those households in Karamoja region. Once again, allow me to appreciate the partners for supporting us to conduct these food security and nutrition assessments, the IPC analysis, and I would like particularly to appreciate World Food Program for your contribution. We recognize the support that you have given us. I think we need to give a very big hand clap to World Food Program. They have contributed over 227 million Uganda shillings towards mass screening. This is really very important that we are able to screen for malnutrition, identify those who are malnourished, and be able to provide the necessary treatment. Allow me also to appreciate UNICEF for the great contribution that you have made. They have contributed a tune of around 966 million Uganda shillings. And this has gone towards mass screening, integrated community outreaches in the districts of Kabong and Moroto. Let's give a very big hand clap to UNICEF for that great contribution. We are very grateful to Masecops for your contribution as well, the distribution of food that is being done in the districts where you are operating. Again, we give a very big hand clap to Masecops for that great contribution. Apollo, we are very, very happy for that contribution. They are giving about 100,000 shillings per household, at least for 3 months. And this they are doing, of course, together with the World Food Program. Can we give a very big contribution? I mean, a big hand clap. And then New York, we also recognize your contribution towards training of the resource persons, especially in the areas where you are operating. A very big handicap to New York. And all the partners here who have contributed in one way or the other, I see many posters. I see saving lives, changing lives. We are really very, very happy for what you have done. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make this short, but just to appreciate all of you for making it to this meeting. I know it is going to be a very fruitful meeting where we are going to discuss strategic interventions that can address issues of food insecurity and malnutrition in the region. So I would request all of us really to bring all our expertise, all our ideas on the table so that we come up with everlasting solution for Karamoja region. Thank you all for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Samali Namkose, who is an Assistant Commissioner Nutrition from the Ministry of Health. And it is also very interesting to note and very good to note, as Samali did mention, that the modules are available, the framework is available, but with the partnerships that are already existing and partnerships that we'll be able to get, then we will need to gather a critical mass. And this mass is not only at the community level. I do realize as well as much the importance of media and all the partners across board on the role they are supposed to play with regard to disseminating the information about food security, its importance, as well as matters malnutrition thereabout. Samali emphasized as much, and I cannot do the same or fail to do the same, issues of partnerships, and that is why after all the 16 sustainable development goals, the 17th sustainable development goals goal is partnerships, to be able to achieve all the above. We are talking about the discussion we're having today is actually very key to at least the first 3 sustainable development goals, which include no poverty, which include zero hunger, and good health and well-being. I mean, how can those all be existent without an aspect of food security therein? And so for the next speaker, this is why it is very, very important, the issue of partnerships, and that is why earlier on I said a special thank you to the United Nations family. Now we'll be hearing from the United Nations family, and to start with, I will have the representative getting on behalf of the representative of UNICEF, Sasha Westbrook, to come and speak to us. A round of applause for her.
Thank you very much. Assistant Commissioner from Karamoja Affairs, Assistant Commissioner, you're behind the screen, I would like to see you. Assistant Commissioner Nutrition from the Ministry of Health, senior government officials and district government leaders, colleagues from the United Nations and development partners, including UK government and Austria. Dear members of the media, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UNICEF, I want to extend my appreciation to the government of Uganda for its leadership in developing and disseminating the 2020 Karamoja IPC report. The IPC process demonstrates really the power of our collective commitment to addressing the developmental challenges, especially for women and children. And UNICEF is privileged to be part of that ongoing effort. With the highest level of poverty and deprivation in Uganda, the children of Karamoja have the last 3 years experienced outsized levels of acute malnutrition. And these children are dear to all of us, which is demonstrated by today's gathering to reflect on the food security and nutrition situation in Karamoja and to strengthen our collective effort to deliver interventions that improve child survival and their development. A number of interrelated challenges has beset Karamoja, from climate change, which also contributes very much to the ongoing drought in the Horn of Africa, to acute food insecurity, poor food consumption, insecurity, and high levels of malaria and diarrhea. And together these problems have put the lives of nearly 23,000 severely malnourished children at stake. I just want to think about that number, 23,000. If we look in the room, how many rooms that would be, we need to be filling. I had the privilege of traveling to Gabon and Morocco 2 weeks ago. And from what I heard from the government officials, the situation of children is expected to get much, much worse over the next month. And children with severe acute malnutrition are a special concern in situations like what we have in Karamoja, because these children are up to 11 times more likely to die than well-nourished children. For those who survive, they may face developmental consequences, including stunting, that will affect their performance in school and their productive life as adults when they grow up. And we know that stunting costs African countries as much as 2 to up to 16% of their GDP. So what we're discussing today is smart economics, if we can prevent malnutrition. The good news is that acute malnutrition can be prevented, and if prevention fails, we can still treat through a package of key services. However, in order to marshal those services, we need urgent action and support. UNICEF, as we could hear from the Assistant Commissioner Nutrition as well, just completed a nutrition mass screening in Morocco and Gabon, where some 1 in 5 children are malnourished. Integrated outreaches in these 2 districts have started this week, and it's through these outreaches that children will be identified and enrolled in therapeutic care. Now, unfortunately, the war in Ukraine has also contributed to the soaring food and fuel prices. And UNICEF is warning that the price of the ready-to-use therapeutic food, you know, the RUTF packages with we sometimes call them plum peanut or the peanut paste. Now, those packages, which is really used to treat malnourished children, this price may increase by 16% in the next 6 months. And this is something we need to anticipate and prepare for. If we don't, many children could miss out on life-saving support. And for thousands in Karamoja, these sachets of therapeutic paste are the difference between life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not wait for thousands of children to die before acting. We have said never again too many times. We need immediate action to save those who are malnourished and long-term predictable funding to help these children and their families. In addition to the immediate action needed to address the current situation, I call upon all partners present here today to commit to the following 3 interventions. First, we need to prioritize the nutrition response in Uganda through existing strategies, including maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, while mobilizing and engaging communities to promote desired nutrition and feeding behaviors that improve the quality and also the frequency of children's diet, as we know that the frequency as well is an issue in Karamoja. Second, we need to strengthen integrated health, WASH, education, food and social protection systems to deliver the kinds of nutrition interventions that can prevent wasting and all forms of malnutrition sustainably at scale. And thirdly, we need district health management teams in Karamoja to work with partners to ensure that integrated health and nutrition services will continue to be delivered at facility as well as community levels, and especially through integrated outreach in the hard-to-reach areas, which Karamoja knows many of. Ladies and gentlemen, we all realize that the situation in Karamoja is dire and that we cannot afford to waste a moment in our joint response. I wish you all successful deliberations, and I hope that the outcomes of this meeting will lead to an improved situation for women and children. Malnutrition and high food insecurities are problems that we can solve. We have the skills, we have the tools, and the findings from today's IPC report to help us. But most importantly, we have the support and the commitment from all partners in this room. And together we make a difference for every child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One would be asking themselves why we are paying attention to children. We were all children. We were once children, all of us here. And probably if there wasn't any sort of special attention to us, we would probably not be where we are today. Maybe alive, maybe not alive, but we may not have been in that position. And therefore, that is why we need to pay attention to the young ones. We need to pay attention to the mothers, because they have that role of nurturing a human being from when they know nothing to when they start to learn and live on their own. And it's true, like Sasha mentioned, that the situation is in Karamoja is getting dire each and every day, each and every passing year, because when you look at the statistics of poverty, it's on an upward trend. When you look at statistics of food insecurity, on an upward trend. And yet we've had such discussions, a special ministry that was formulated. The question would be why or what? One would ask why we are seated here, but planning is very important to each and every aspect. If you're given 3 hours to cut a tree, probably you want to spend 2 of the hours planning and sharpening your axe, because then you will be able to realize from which side you can easily bring the tree down. For those who are still asking why we always have to sit each and every year to have such discussions. So in the same vein, allow me invite the Deputy Country Director of the World Food Programme, Marcus Pryor, to speak to us. Like I said, food is very important. Otherwise, if we hadn't all eaten the last 2 days, I don't believe we would have the same energy that we do have. Marcus, a round of applause for him as he comes through.
Assistant Commissioners, senior government officials, representative of diplomatic missions, development partners, members of the press, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Good morning. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Ministry of Health, the Office of the Prime Minister, sister agencies, the Food and Agricultural Organization and UNICEF, the IPC Working Group and partners for working together to develop this evidence, the IPC, at a time when it's so urgently needed and can best inform our joint and vital response in Karamoja. For the first time in 3 years, all 9 districts of Karamoja have a significant number of people living at crisis levels of food insecurity or worse. The IPC tells us that nearly 92,000 children and 9,500 pregnant or breastfeeding women are acutely malnourished and in need of urgent treatment. Hunger and malnutrition are a great injustice. When we give people the tools to prevent them, timely and simplified information on weather, knowledge on how to handle and store food, specialized nutritious foods where appropriate, emergency support when hit by disasters, we help restore dignity. Those who know hunger tell the story so much better than myself. And you'll have seen a picture of Nawi Lina. Here she is with her young family. Nawi knows hunger, but hers up to now is actually a good news story. Her 2 youngest children had been receiving treatment from WFP for malnutrition, but each time she went back to have her children screened, they had relapsed into malnourishment again. Then, thanks to support from the European Union, WFP was able to start providing Nawi not only specialized nutritious food for her children, but also some money, a protective ration to enable her to buy food for the rest of the family. Within months, those 2 youngest children had improved and they're no longer malnourished. You see, Nawi was pushed into a corner so tight that without the protective ration, she was forced with an impossible dilemma and decision, and she had to share that specialized nutritious food meant for her malnourished children with her other hungry children. What Nawi needed was targeted support to weather the lean season storm, for her malnourished children to recover to full health so that she could focus on the wider well-being of her family. Nawi has also been trained by WFP in tower gardening so that she can grow at least some of her own food, even in the face of a difficult lean season. And unlike many people in Karamoja, as we're hearing from all the interventions today, this season's lean season, this year's lean season, has not hit Nawi and her family as hard as in the past. Her children are healthier, and her vegetables provide a healthy supplement to the family diet. When we talk about the 518,000 people in Karamoja, 41% of the population who are facing high levels of food insecurity, when we talk about the thousands of pregnant women and children under 5 who are in urgent need of malnutrition treatment or risk having their lives irreparably damaged, we are not just talking about figures, we are talking about real people who need our support, and they need it now. Now is the time to put our heads together, to pull our resources together, and to stave off the coming storm. It's thanks to the IPC and the detailed work done by so many in this room that I can say WFP's planned response is targeted, measured, appropriate, and realistic. And as you know, we're already there together with UNICEF and FAO, and we're ready to deliver. So thank you for being here today and showing your commitment to being part of the immediate solution for Karamoja. As WFP, we look forward to working with you to ensure no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marcus Pryor. He put it out very, very straight. It's not just the numbers. It's not just the figures. It's not the statistics and the graphs and, the maps that we are drawing, but it's about real human beings who need this help and don't need it tomorrow. They don't need it the other day, but they need it like yesterday. And that's the reason we are here talking about them. And why talk about food without talking agriculture and without speaking about the Food and Agriculture Organization? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Dr. Antonio Corridor to speak to us. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. Allow me first to recognize the Director of Agriculture Extension Service, representing the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Also the Commissioners for Karamoja Affairs and the Commissioner for the Ministry of Health, honorable members of the Parliament with us this morning, heads of the government, ministry, department and agencies, representatives of local government with us, development partners, colleagues from the UN system, the IPC technical working group members, members of the media fraternity, distinguished friends and guests. Let me simply say all protocol observed. On behalf of FAO, I would like to welcome all of you again to this event on the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification that we call IPC. Colleagues will definitely provide you with more information on this report that we are jointly under the leadership of OPM and all partners would like to share with you and to discuss the way forward. It is evident that in the last 2 years, Karamoja has been going to some innumerous challenges that has continued to disrupt the livelihood, especially of the vulnerable communities. This has been majorly driven by floods. We are also saw desert locust, and recently the negative impact of COVID-19. But recently we have been witnessing the economic turbulence experienced world over, driven by skyrocketing prices of the fuel. Karamoja has had most of the disaster in this past, including, as I mentioned, the desert locust infestation, but also we have seen animal diseases outbreak, cattle rustling, and lately high insecurity. All these are factors that continue to erode the gains early achieved through resilience programming. There is a need for a strategic partnership and a combined response because the situation on food security in Karamoja is deteriorating year after year. The IPC results that we have will release today are no different than what we have seen in the past years. We need to shift our focus from responding to this food insecurity crisis every year after it happened. We need anticipatory actions to look at the increased risks, but invest in strengthening early warning efforts at the national and at the community level, to capture real-time evidence, to monitor evolving risks with practical indicators to allow anticipatory and early decision-making to reduce the impact on pending crisis. Development partners and government should invest in both emergency response and also long-term solution to resolve the hunger and malnutrition crisis in Karamoja. In this effort, FAO and partners are working closely with the national and the local government to strengthen capacities to reduce, anticipate, and rapidly respond to the effects of shocks and sustain climate resilience, rural development in Karamoja sub-region. FAO and WFP, we are pulling together our expertise to promote early warning, anticipatory and early action, and early response with aim of saving lives and reducing the impact of future hazard to the people of Karamoja. By leveraging FAO technical expertise on early warning and anticipatory and early actions of mitigation shocks, the project aims to strengthening the shock responsive systems of Karamoja by empowering communities and local leadership to produce timely and user-friendly information to guide in our actions and save lives. Beyond this project, PROACT, FAO is exploring how we can expand its early warning programming portfolio to other hazards, not only drought, but including to other areas in Uganda, particularly, as an example, the Mount Elgon region. FAO ongoing efforts in the region have supported design and implementation of multi-dimension and adaptation focused intervention complemented by mitigation activities and policy-making support. We are working with the government of Uganda through line Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Gender and Labor and Social Development, and the Ministry of Local Government to build local capacity at the national, district, but also at the sub-county level for climate change mitigation and adaptation. It is our sincere hope that all the development partners and the government of Uganda can join forces to invest in interventions that will foster early warning, improve livelihood, reduce human suffering and hunger in Karamoja's sub-region. Going forward, FAO would like to commit in terms of immediate, medium, and long-term recommendation that comes out of this important report that will be shared with you. I would like to share here a few, supporting the communities with agricultural input to enable timely planting and enhance agriculture extension service through farmer field schools, but also to agro-pastoral farmer field schools. We'd like to further invest in the provision of water, in addition to ongoing water production structures that exist in the region. We, together with the local government and with MAIF, we'd like to continue to put in place a comprehensive livestock, disease, and vector monitoring and management plan. This is quite important for the livelihood in Karamoja. Another important intervention will be on investing in post-harvest management to reduce losses and support the household to keep food stock through the lean season. Another intervention that we're proposing is to continue providing the periodical early warning to farmers. Those information are critical for the planning and the production system in the region. We are consider also enhancing the protection of productive assets and the livelihood through livestock restocking, vaccination, and other appropriate avenues with link to social protection schemes. So, to end, I would like to also appreciate the work of IPC technical team under the leadership of OPM and all the partners that continue every year producing this reliable data that is important to guide our decisions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Querido. He did speak to the problem, but also went ahead to suggest what we can be able to do, all the way from what's needed to be able to get planted, the crops, the variety, the early warning mechanisms, the information that needs to be done, all the way to post-harvest handling, because sometimes, yes, the food has been planted. There are times when we have bumper harvests, but it is all lost in post-harvest handling. Just this week, there's been a lot of discussion coming in from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards over aspects of aflatoxins. While we're dealing with malnutrition, we may as well be dealing with multiple effects of aflatoxicity and all those discussions. So it's great to know that while we're talking about food security, aspects of post-harvest handling definitely have to be looped into the discussion. From the Minister for Karamoja Affairs, we will be having a representative that's under the office of the Prime Minister, who will be getting us into the context. And of course, we were meant to have you earlier, but it's always good to have you at whatever time. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Mr. Tony Ameni, who is the Assistant Commissioner for Karamoja. Mr. Tony Ameni, we are definitely ready to hear from you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable ministers, members of parliament present, there are some in the house, heads of UN agencies, you've been speaking here, our development partners, the representative from other government agencies, my colleagues are commissioners and there's a director in the house, and from the districts, the resident district commissioners from Karamoja region and the district chairpersons, we recognize your presence. Heads of non-governmental organizations, both international and domestic, the local NGOs, the IPC working group members, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Tony Ameni. I'm the Assistant Commissioner Programs in charge of Karamoja Affairs in the Office of the Prime Minister. My minister was not able to be here, but I have a message from her for this meeting. Now, on behalf of the Office of the Prime Minister, we wish to warmly welcome all of you to this very important occasion when we launch the results that highlights the status of acute food insecurity and malnutrition in Karamoja region. Thank you for prioritizing this gathering, of course, with all the conflicting engagements. So we really appreciate your time being here. As a Ministry of Karamoja Affairs, this is the second time that we are supporting and being part of the launch of these results. The minister was here last year. Of course, we know that a lot has happened in the last 2 years, especially the effects of COVID, that we are not able to turn up in this number. So we really appreciate that people have turned up in this number. But most importantly, we are aware that as Karamoja districts, the teams have been invited and are in attendance. We really appreciate the IPC working group for inviting this time around the local governments and the team from the districts. We really appreciate and recognize your presence. The government of Uganda is committed to fulfilling the constitutional obligation of ensuring food and nutrition security for all Ugandans as a country. Through the implementation of the National Development Plan 3, the government is currently focusing on attaining the achievement of Vision 2040, which aims at transforming the country from a peasant to modern and prosperous country within 30 years. As part of these strategies, part of the strategies for the socio-economic transformation of the country, the vision proposes to reduce the hunger and improve malnutrition among the citizens, particularly among young children. And we again appreciate so much the contribution of our development partners in this area. All these aspects are also documented as part of the Karamoja Integrated Development Plan 3. Many of us are aware that as part of special interventions programs under Office of the Prime Minister, all special regions as part of the affirmative action have developed specific regional integrated development plans. So Karamoja also has one. The current phase is running from 2021, 2022 to 2025, 2026. So we have had dissemination exercise with some of the international NGOs and development partners working in the region, and we shall also be sharing more with other agencies. More recently, the government has adopted the parish development model, as we are all aware. And in that model, principle number 6 underscores that all decisions and actions will be driven by data, analysis, evaluation, learning, and results. The results that are to be presented today are anchored in these principles and are critical and very crucial for programming in the region. So as the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs and as OPM, we also acknowledge that this is very important for us to put emphasis on evidence, available evidence that has been shared as part of this IPC. In this regard, we ask all of us here today to pay keen attention and interest to the results that are to be presented, and ask that these results stimulate discussions. And inform all programming, plans, and projects in Karamoja and the rest of the country. We should also remember that evidence and such reports are only useful when they are used. We're putting emphasis on the utilization of this evidence, not just having data available and it's not used. So this discussion not be the end, but rather the results should help us sharpen and accelerate implementation of programs by the government and all development partners. As a ministry, we have looked at the reports, and of course they indicate that the food security and nutrition have deteriorated, as we're all aware, in the region, and are at the moment at the highest in 7 years from the analysis that we've been provided. This is difficult reality for all of us, but there is opportunity. The insecurity, of course, as most of us are aware, has really reduced, except for sporadic thuggery and from what we are reading in the papers. It's generally reduced, and the security is on top of this. The people of Karamoja are currently able to return to their normal livelihoods, activities, and farmers are able to open their gardens and engage in crop and livelihood production without fear for their lives and for their produce and assets. As we're putting emphasis that the security, as a ministry and OPM, we're working together as a key pillar in the implementation of KIDP 3, Karamoja Integrated Development Plan 3, issues of peace, security, and good governance, working together with our sister agencies, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Security, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, the UPDF, they are handling this together with the ministry. It is therefore very important that immediate life-saving assistance is provided in terms of food and treatment of acutely malnourished children, as we rightly heard from the UNICEF representative. For long-term development and poverty reduction, we should collectively support long-term recovery, resilience, and through long-term programs and projects. I would therefore be interested in the next year as we launch similar results. We also review and evaluate our interventions for improved effectiveness of our interventions as part of the evaluation. Now, to our development partners, the UN agencies, a lot has been done, as already documented, but much more still needs to be done. We therefore call upon all of us to support long-term development and food security programs in Karamoja amid these challenges caused by COVID-19 and of course the resurgence of insecurity, cattle rustling, and then recently the Ukraine crisis. This is all documented in the KIDP 3. And of course, all your efforts complement the interventions and the programs developed by Minister of Karamoja Affairs. We also appreciate and acknowledge the support of the Karamoja Development Partners Group, that we are all part of this, and we are conducting regional meetings to strengthen coordination. Allow me therefore to thank the IPC Technical Working Group, the UN agencies, the NGOs, for us at OPM, MAIF, Ministry of Health, the district local governments from Karamoja, who have contributed to this report. On this note, we wish to officially declare that the meeting is open for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Ameni. And when he talks about strategic or specific regional development plans, reminds me that, yes, we may have the entire National Development Plan, Vision 2040, and all these visions that we set grossly, but we need to tailor-make some of the discussions or development agenda per region or per district, depending on what their needs are exactly. I was trying to pay attention to a list of districts that have already attained middle income status, whereas we still await for the entire country, but the president promised us that we are already there. And you would clearly find that they have a niche as a district, they have a niche as a community that brings them together, and then later on it spurs the growth that we continue to see. And thank you very much to the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry as well for ensuring that, yes, we have these special districts, we have these special regions, and we need a specialized kind of development program for them. The question will be coming in from the, especially local governments, on whether this information is available and how it can actually be implemented, and that will be coming in at a later stage. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite a representative for the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and to represent him is the Director Extension Services, Mr. Muhwezi. A round of applause for him. What do we have in plan as we talk about food security from the perspective of the Ministry of Agriculture? Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Muhwezi Deus. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries as the Director for Agriculture Extension Services. So, first of all, I want to extend the apologies of the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Honorable Chakulaga Fred Wino. He was keen to be here, and actually he delegated to me this morning, but abruptly he was called by the Right Honorable Prime Minister for a meeting on matters to do with the parish development model. And therefore, he was not able to be here, and he asked me to quickly come and present his short statement. And I have the pleasure to be here and also to extend his apologies. And I will read verbatim the short statement which the Honorable Minister had prepared and wanted to share with you. The Honorable Ministers who are present, Honorable Members of Parliament who are in the House, the heads of UN agencies, and specifically here, he mentions FAO, World Food Program, and UNICEF, our development partners, permanent secretaries, all their representatives here present, commissioners from government agencies and departments, the political and technical leadership from the districts of the Karamoja sub-region who are present here, heads of non-government organizations, IPC Technical Working Group members, the media, if there are any farmers' representatives in the House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, I want to take this opportunity and honor to welcome you to this important meeting and thank you sincerely for joining us here today. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, a globally agreed methodology, is a system of tools and processes to classify the severity of food insecurity and malnutrition. The methodology helps to identify the food insecure, why they are food insecure, where they are located, and what response actions are required in the immediate, medium, and long term. This is important, especially for appropriate response planning. Ladies and gentlemen, Karamoja faces chronic livelihood and food security challenges. I have taken time and looked at the reports, the data, and results in Uganda, both for food insecurity and malnutrition, and they indicate that the food insecurity and malnutrition levels are the highest in the above sub-region. And what is strange, in the last 7 years, the circumstances have been accentuated by droughts, production failures, COVID-19, and related insecurity that have reduced productivity and trade in the Karamoja sub-region. The recommendations in the report further highlight the needs, the gaps, and the required actions. I recommend that you read these two and attend to the detail, and all partners provide resources and support in the areas that are prioritized for response. I want to congratulate in a special way the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, with support from our counterparts, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Local Government, and the local governments, the UN Fraternity, UNICEF, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, World Food Program, and other non-state actors, including NGOs and development partners. As a ministry, we want to pledge that we shall continue providing leadership and support to the IPC process and supporting the process of response. I want to promise our support as government in ensuring that these food security status reports are integrated into our planning and decision making. And on behalf of the Prime Minister, with whom his office have been working together and who is mandated for the coordination of this role, I assure you, all present here, that we shall continue to coordinate the efforts meant to use the objective data for informed decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to use this opportunity to highlight a few policy options that we as the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, together with our partners, are taking and intending to emphasize in the coming financial year and in the medium term. One, together with our partners, we want to emphasize the issue of planting and stocking materials, seeds and inputs of crops, livestock, and fish. Two, intensifying pests, vectors, and disease control. Three, appropriate water for agricultural production. This is the area that we have been much preoccupied with, jointly with the Ministry of Water and Environment in the Karamoja sub-region, and this is the area we intend to intensify. Four, appropriate mechanization and farm power. We also are putting emphasis on farmer education and extension services so that we can have mindset change enhanced for our population in the Karamoja sub-region. And as also earlier mentioned by the previous speakers, we are not negating emphasis of interventions on primary and secondary level processing and value addition for agricultural products. So these are some of the areas for which we call our development partners and also playing a complementary role to join us so that we can turn around the food and income insecurity in the country, but particularly for the Karamoja sub-region. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank once again our development partners, namely the EU, the World Bank, the IPC Global Support Unit, for their generous support to this cause. And once again, in a special way, thank Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, World Food Program, and UNICEF for their sustained and continued support in the Karamoja sub-region. Last but not least, I want to emphasize and thank the IPC Technical Working Group members and district local government staff from all the 9 districts of Karamoja who committed their time and work over two weeks, given their various spaces and mandates, to give this exercise very big attention. I want also, as I end, to emphasize the use of the data and analysis that has been generated, and this is crucial for use in our planned responses. I see the Honorable Minister here as a last statement, and I want to read it as it is. He says, I take the honor and pleasure to officially open this meeting and wish all of us good and productive deliberations. I thank you for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deus Mwezi, for that elaborate discussion and for representing ably the minister. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been seated for quite some minutes, I think from the last time that we had our bites. I'll just request that we're going to stand up a bit for about a minute or two and stretch out. It's important. We can't be talking matters, food and health, and we are unhealthy ourselves right here where we are. So just feel free to get out of your chair and stand up, because our next phase is going to be presentations before we go into a panel discussion and the plenary. It won't be long. Unless you are differently abled and you can't stand up, I kindly request that we all stand up and, just stretch up for about a minute or two. I'll give us a minute or two. For those who would want to use the places of convenience, please feel free to. We are stretching out, and I'll give us just 2 minutes for those who need to use the places of convenience, for those who need to pick another bite of food, and then we'll be getting back to start up with our presentations, which will start particularly with a representative from the IPC Technical Working Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 minutes, so please do not go far. And I also give you this time for you to just be able to sunbathe. There is some very important vitamin D that we are getting from the sun that is out at this time. So in 2 minutes, I'll be reconvening the meeting again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we should be getting ready to reconvene. 30 seconds. Let's get back to our seats and start off with our next session. So if your neighbor is still a little bit away or not yet back, or is showing signs of staying longer than the time that we prescribed, please ask them to get back. We should be starting in the next 1 minute for our next session. Okay, I am humbled and privileged to announce to you that our break time is out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get seated once again. All right, all protocol observed. I would kindly not at all love to call out any names. I'm just requesting that we all get seated and get to start. To our development partners, the ministers, commissioners, media, the entire UN family, let's get seated and start off with our next session of presentations. We've actually shot out of our time by about 2 minutes therein. So I'm kindly requesting that we get to sit again and carry on with our second session. And just a brief up of our second session, we're basically going to have presentations with regard to the IPC in Uganda, particularly looking at where we are, where we were back in the day, especially before COVID-19, because just right here on my left is a representation of some of the key drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition in Karamoja, the region that we are talking about this morning. And you can clearly see climate shocks and hazards, and that is why we're talking about issues of post-harvest handling. We're talking about issues of dealing with water and water harvesting. The president yesterday in the State of the Nation was speaking about, you know, hiring solar pumps and even going ahead to share them across the different regions. Seasonal diseases, pests and vectors. There is always a rush to be able to address many of these when they do come through. The locusts, especially if it is a production season, it's always one of the worst times or things to think about. High food prices, we talked about this. We're experiencing it. At a point in time, we get to even have people eating their seed stock, meaning there will not be any seed stock coming through. But also we did see Mr. Deus Muhwezi, who earlier on talked about the quest, and Dr. Corridor as well talked about the quest to have improved seed qualities, that we're not just looking about, I have 10 acres of maize, but just how much quantity and quality of the grain can you be able to get from there, which can later on, of course, be, added value to, and there is longevity to that. You have issues of insecurity. Like I said, there is still the aspect of rustling. We did see the Commander Land Forces some time promise deployment of the forces, but has it created a lasting solution? Because what we seek to have is a lasting solution, not just stopgap measures. You have issues of crop failure. Yes, we were speaking to the food varieties. COVID-19, we are still here, and it's going to take us some time to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 upon our lives, economies, communities, and everything. And then came in the next, some people say it's an excuse, but also a reality in a bit, Russia-Ukraine war. And so many things that will always be able to come through. But the question is, how prepared are you to be able to mitigate the effects of those aspects that continue to come through? So ladies and gentlemen, to speak to us in the next presentation, we will be having a member of the IPC Technical Working Group. And before I introduce him, I want to have a special recognition to Hakuza Noshiata, our former chairperson of the IPC Technical Working Group. Please just stand up and wave to us. Very, very great to have you. Thank you for coming through and for the support that you've entirely continuously given us. Let's get to the numbers. Like I said, and like one of the presenters said, and I think that was the Deputy Country Director, WFP, Mr. Marcus Pryor, who said, these are not just numbers, they're not just figures and statistics, but human beings that need help, and they need the help urgently. So allow me invite Mr. Brian Musaga, who is a member of the IPC Technical Working Group, to look at the background, the focus, and the objectives of this particular report. What do we seek to get out of it? What do these numbers mean? If we are talking about an increase in the levels of poverty, I was also looking at this map right here. That's why I said we can keep use of the pull-up banners. And I was looking at all these districts and the different levels of food insecurity, and it's unfortunate that many of them are in between phase 2 and phase 5. Some are drawing closer to phase 5, which is extremely critical there. Many of them still existing in a very serious phase of food insecurity, and what there can be done. So a round of applause for Mr. Brian Musaga as he comes to give us that presentation, which will help us get an in-depth understanding of why this discussion is very important. A round of applause for him. Brian, you're welcome.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. I don't want to break the rules of protocol. I don't want to start saying so and so, this one, so I'll simply say all protocol observed. As Mildred already said, Brian Musaga, the national IPC consultant for Uganda, actually outgoing. Yeah, though I'm also still a member of the IPC Technical Working Group. What I'm going to do briefly in just a few minutes is to give a quick introduction of what the IPC is and what we can expect, or how we can quickly look at those IPC reports and be able to understand them. Mildred, this doesn't seem to be working well. So ideally, the IPC is a global initiative. IPC in full is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. We still maintain only food security in there because this started as a classification of the severity of food insecurity. And malnutrition was added in later on after quite a good number of years. So it's a common global scale to classify food insecurity and malnutrition, where we try to look at, particular population groups and classify them in accordance with the levels of food insecurity or acute malnutrition. And ideally in the IPC, we try as much as we can to answer 6 key questions. These reduce to 5 when you go to the chronic IPC. But in the acute food insecurity and the acute malnutrition that we are having today, we answer 6 key questions. And those questions start with how severe is the situation. And severity is ideal in terms of percentages. So when we say 41% of the population are classified in IPC phase 3 and above, then we are talking about severity. When we transform this into numbers, then we are answering the question, how many people are actually food insecure? And the same does apply for acute malnutrition. Then the why answers the key drivers to the situation. Okay? However good or bad it could be, that why question answers tries to give us the key drivers. Like Mildred was already telling us here, we have a chart here. There could be tens of drivers to food insecurity, but usually in the IPC analysis, we pick out those that are quite key. There could also be tens of drivers to acute malnutrition, but in the IPC, we pick out the key drivers to the situation. Then, with the severity and the how many, we try to ask ourselves, where are they? Where are they located? Okay. Now, for instance, for the case of Karamoja, we go deep down to the districts and find out which district is more severely affected than the other. Of course, when you have enough data, you can even pull this down to a lower administrative level, like a sub-county. Or you can do this by livelihood zone. Who are they? What are their livelihood characteristics? How do they survive in the day-to-day life? And then we also try to look at a projected situation of if people are food insecure now, will they be a little bit secure in the near future, or the situation will simply deteriorate? So ideally, that is, those are the 6 key questions that we try to answer in an IPC analysis. And you should find this in the reports or even in the flyers. In this IPC, we try to build what we call evidence-based technical consensus among key stakeholders. That's why IPC is not a one institution analysis. We need to pick key stakeholders from different angles, those dealing with food, livelihood, wash, nutrition, disease incidence, and so on and so forth. And then we pull that evidence together to reach a technically, we reach what we call a sort of a technical decision. It's a technically driven decision. We provide actionable knowledge that can be used for strategic decision making. And that's what we are trying to do today. And we try as much as we can to ensure that the analysis is both rigorous and neutral. We don't bend towards any particular institution. Ideally, the IPC Technical Working Group is supposed to be a completely neutral group that shouldn't bend towards any single institution. We have 3 scales. There is what we call the IPC Acute Food Insecurity that we are talking of today, that is telling us the security, rather the severity of insecurity that threatens lives and or livelihoods, regardless of the causes context, and duration. So this attribute is a snapshot in time. Okay? That's why we say a particular group may be food insecure today, and in the next 1 or 2 months, they become more secure because of the responses that have been put in place. Then we have the IPC acute malnutrition that looks at the malnutrition outcomes, basically the GAM. For children under 5, we are basically looking at the global acute malnutrition. And then for the pregnant and lactating women, we are looking at their malnutrition that is based on MUAC. Then we have the IPC chronic food insecurity that we've not done here for a while. We last did this in 2015, if I remember well. That's about 7 or 8 years ago. Now, ideally, in the IPC acute food insecurity, we are talking of interventions with short-term objectives to address that quick food insecurity that has occurred. In the acute malnutrition, we are talking of interventions with short and long-term objectives to decrease acute malnutrition. And then if we want to do long-term development interventions, then we do an IPC chronic food insecurity analysis. How does the IPC work? This is a simple process. We do a lot of planning, we conduct the analysis, we communicate. Actually, what we are doing today is to communicate what we did in April. Ideally, we are supposed to communicate these results within a maximum of 14 days after the analysis, because it's an acute situation. When you take long, it's like you are making it a chronic situation. We have 4 functions in the IPC. We build consensus by putting up a technical working group. We have an analytical framework, we have reference tables, we have worksheets. Of course, what we are doing these days, the process has become so transparent that we have what we call an IPC information support system, where we put every evidence that we have used in the analysis. So you can access this with the permission of the technical working group at any time when you want. This, of course, this will come up in the next presentation. They will try to tell us those phases and then what they mean. This I've already walked you through. What are the key outputs from an IPC analysis? You will see a population table in that report, and you will see a map alongside, okay? Now, briefly, I'm trying to manage your time, Mildred, so I'll skip a few of these things. The IPC in Uganda started around 2008. That's when we formed the first technical working group. Of course, Madam Akus has already been recognized. I think we are the only 2 surviving in the IPC from the group that started this 14 years ago. The rest have pulled up. And we are also retiring. We want new blood to come into this to take over the mantle. That TWG at that time was basically drawn from what we used to call the FSAL, that Food Security and Agricultural Livelihoods Cluster. But now we have also incorporated Ministry of Health, so it's beyond the FSAL. It's a multi-sectoral technical working group chaired by my YIF and co-chaired by the Office of the Prime Minister. FAO is the secretariat. And the work of that TWG is simply basically to provide oversight and technical guidance to the IPC process in the country. These are the institutions we have that make up the technical working group. From the government side, there are about 5. From the NGOs, national and international. I think here we also have CARE International. We also have CARE International is part of that group. Then from the technical and academic, we have FuseNet and Makerere University. And from the UN, we have 4 institutions. Right. Of course, I think one slide that I did not see well is the key challenges that the IPC-TWG is facing now. But the biggest challenge that that technical working group faces is lack of funds. Okay? We have a lot of activities. There is a strategic plan for the 2 years, 2022 and 2023, but this basically lacks funding. So we cannot really have the IPC activities as they had been planned to take place. We still have data stroke information gaps for the IPC analysis, and also we are now facing a challenge of inadequate capacity among the TWG members because there has been a lot of institutional turnover. So we have a lot of new members on the TWG who have not been trained in the IPC, and we are looking for funds to ensure that that is done. Then inadequacy in timeliness of the IPC products. I already said when we do an acute food insecurity or an acute malnutrition analysis, we are supposed to communicate these results to stakeholders within a maximum of 14 days. Today we are communicating results of an analysis that was done in early April. So that is way almost 8 weeks since the analysis was done, which is not good enough. So ideally, that is the brief background of IPC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And like the saying is, better late than never. So yeah, we still have the information in as much it was meant to be disseminated at least a fortnight right after this analysis was done. But it is still very important information upon which actions are supposed to be taken. Now, to be able to give us a food security update of Karamoja, and that will also be able to encompass the current times. I mean, the weather patterns that were not as favorable as they should have been, because we continuously have to depend on rain-fed agriculture. That's a very sad reality. But of course, looking at more interventions to have mechanization, to have irrigation included in that discussion. So allow me invite Mr. Sunday George Bob from the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries to give us a status update of food security in Karamoja. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Bob, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this humble opportunity to thank you for accepting our invitation. I'm the person who shared the invitation to most of you. I'm very happy when I see you here. I'm called Sunday Bob George. I work for Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I'm a senior agriculture officer in charge of food security, but also a member of the technical working group. I want to bring sincere apologies from the chairperson of the IPC, Mr. Alex Wambona. He's an Assistant Commissioner of Food and Nutrition Security. He's not been able to be with us here. He lost a relative, but he's been working with us all through. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My work is very simple, to take you through the food security report for Karamoja, which has been talked about. So I think let's have the slides projected and we roll on. Yes, that is the presentation. As we've been told already, that this analysis took place in April and in Soroti. That's where the team of analysts converged to have this exercise done, and the data collection was done earlier before that. This was a composition of very many stakeholders. We had Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Health, District of Government, Uganda National Bureau of Statistics. We also had representatives from non-governmental organizations, World Food Program, FAO, UNICEF, other NGO partners who participated in this. And also important to mention, we also had representatives from Karamoja districts. And we had the DPOs, district production officers, the district project officers also participating in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the IPC is quite broad, but let me draw your attention to these three aspects. Number one is to monitor the situation of food security and nutrition in the sub-region. We've been told that the food and nutrition security in Karamoja is quite alarming, worsening year after year. It really calls for accurate and consistent monitoring to inform decision making. Also to provide a basis for timely and objective interventions in response. Response is critical, as it has been mentioned. Also to guide long-term development of the contingency programming. Now, looking at the analysis here, some figures and the graphs, like it has been told that the situation is worsening. When you look at the statistics here, look at this year, 2020. The food stocks, we are looking at households that had some food stored for use. The food stocks. In 2020, it was standing at 66%, which was somehow fair. When we look at the data in 2021, it declined to 56. Currently, it stands at 36. There is a very significant decline from 2021 to 2022. I don't know what it will be in 2023, ladies and gentlemen. When we look at the percentage at the households here, how long the food stocks they had were lasting. Only 3% of the population had their food stocks lasting for more than 3 months. The other 80, it was less than a month. This is very critical. This is very critical, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when we look at food security situation, the overall situation, you discover that over 89,900 of the population are in emergency. In emergency situation, 427,900 are in crisis. 392,800 are in stress. This isn't good news for us at all. Let's look at the next slide. Now, when you try to look at the overall food security, it is also significantly declining, like it is with the food stocks. 2020, the overall food insecurity situation was standing at 27%. When it came to 2021, it declined. It increased, the insecurity increased to 30%. 2022, we are at 41. I don't know what 2025 will speak, ladies and gentlemen. But also important to mention is that these districts are affected differently. There are different levels of insecurity. But the most hit districts here, according to our statistics, is Kabong, we have Kotido, Moroto, then followed by Nabila Tuk. They are hit differently. But in whichever the case, whether hit differently or others are not hit so much, the food security situation is declining. All the districts are indicating a critical decline. When you look at the data from 2020 to 2022, all of them are declining significantly. Now, let's try to look at the districts here. The highest population in the IPC phase 3 and the WAS. Like I've mentioned, Kotido, these are the figures. Actually, when you look at Kotido, their figures are almost doubling all these other districts. Kotido is so much hit. Over 170,000 people in crisis. When you go to Napak, 81, Kabong, 70, Abim, 60. This isn't good. This is not good news at all. These percentages I've already talked about them. So this is the situation in Karamoja, ladies and gentlemen. Whereas we are here eating food and even having some surplus to throw away, wasting. Some people are starving on the street. I remember the time we were collecting this data in March, we could hardly find a river flowing. It was drought all over. All the rivers were so dry. You could even hardly identify a green vegetation growing. Well, let me not lament so much. There is hope at the end of the story. Now, all this is as a result of a number of drivers, ladies and gentlemen. But ahead of it all, we have climate shocks. Karamoja is hit by poor rainfall patterns, prolonged dry spell, and even when it rains, it floods all over. Some of you who have some knowledge in soil science know what happens when there's flooding, reaching even of the little nutrients to lower deeper soil layers where crops are unable even to utilize them. So, climate shocks and hazards. Then also, we have continued secondary effect of COVID-19. We don't want to call this one post-COVID because COVID is still happening. We still have COVID. I saw some article somewhere. It may scare me and I put on my face mask. Let me not talk about it. So, this is COVID also significantly contributing to the food insecurity. You remember the time of lockdown, there were a number of restrictions in movement. The markets were burnt. Now, those were very critical moments. Increased localized conflict. You are aware of what is happening in Karamoja, especially cattle raids, where hundreds of people have lost lives. Actually, I remember when we were there collecting data, they were telling us, don't be in the field past 4. Make sure by 4 you are back. It was quite a hassle. We were interviewing some DPO, was it in some far district? I even forgot the name. The man told us, you people, it's getting late for you, shorten the interview and go back. Tension everywhere. Because the cattle raiders, once they find you walking, whether you have the animal or not, they finish you off because they think you're going to report them maybe for security intervention. This is very critical. Karamoja as a cattle district, there is serious intervention required here to handle these issues, especially the cattle raids. Then low household purchasing power. Now, once these people have limited income, almost no household income, the purchasing power is so much compromised. Now, when you merge that with the current increase in the prices of commodities, I think it is just too much. If I'm afraid what the IPC of 2023 will speak, given the COVID, given now the Ukraine war affecting some commodities of the oils, a number of commodities. So, we just need God's intervention. Lack of quality input and timely provision to the households. This is critical, but I want to appreciate my minister representative who was here. He said that the ministry is working around the clock to see that there is provision of input. I also want to add my voice here through programs like NADS, Operation Wealth Creation, and also OWC. So, NADS and OWC, plus other interventions. Much as it may not reach everyone, but the delay that has been there, we accept that there has been a delay in distribution of these inputs. We shall work around the clock to see that it is distributed on time, given the rainfall challenges in Karamoja. People need to plant on time. Destruction of crops by wild animals. These people don't restrain the animals. They are grazed openly everywhere. I remember we were in Kotido. We were interviewing the DPO Kotido. He told us there is a time he came up with a demonstration garden, and the people around just released animals stubbornly to feed on all the crops. I think the other salient factor in Karamoja is mindset. There is also an issue on mindset with those people. The soils in Karamoja are so fertile. They are fertile. But imagine, in an event there is a demonstration garden established, and the communities just bring animals and graze it off. This is real not acceptable. Then also seasonal crop pests and diseases, and other livestock diseases and vectors. This is also very, very critical. Issues of desert locusts. The little crops people are growing, they are hit by locusts. They are hit by pests. They are livestock. They are hit by diseases. I remember when we were collecting data, they were telling us a number of animals were dying of FMD. And also the other challenge, ladies and gentlemen, which was mentioned, which is also critical, is the human resource aspects. Much as not mentioned here. Most of you don't want to work in Karamoja. You really don't want to work in Karamoja. If I had authority, gentlemen, and I transferred you to Karamoja, you will bring 1,000 excuses for not going there. So they were telling us even people don't want to work there. Even when they recruit, people turn down the offer. Now, who is going to help these people? That is just food for thought for all of us. This is the recommendations we are looking at to curb that prevailing situation, ladies and gentlemen. A lot has been mentioned already by the Minister Representative of Agriculture, but also just going through them, we are requesting for, there is an urgent need to provide food and livelihood assistance. Given those figures we've indicated, given the Cotido situation and all other issues in Karamoja, it calls for immediate assistance for food and other livelihood assets, especially to these populations in IPC phase 3, phase 4. They really need immediate attention. Also, there's also need to continue with to activate the lean season response, the planning platforms, issues of lobbying for resources, resource mobilization. Brian has been telling you that one of the challenges the IPC technical working group is facing is scarcity of resources. We are resource constrained. It's something very critical. But apart from that, we need to have many actors on board to support the Karamoja region. Also, support communities with agricultural inputs. Apart from what the ministry is looking at, we are calling other stakeholders. You know, when you're talking about food security, you don't only look at what is on the table. It slightly goes beyond what you have in the store. There are some countries which really have no land for production, but they are food secure. So once you have income, you can be food secure. Food security is not only in the garden, but even pocket-wise. So really, it is very, very critical to all of us to join hands and see how we support these people. Yes, further investment in the provision of water for production. The Minister Representative for Maif has also mentioned about this. But now, in an event that Karamoja is water stress, there is a need to come up with small-scale irrigation technologies to help these people. If you talk of nutrition, household nutrition, the ladies who are here, I respect you so much. You're the people who care about what we eat every day, what we take in. Issues of high-value crops like vegetables. These people are able to produce vegetables, but no water. There is need to come up with small irrigation technologies to make sure that these people are helped. Even when we look at this issue of water for production, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking of flooding moments in Karamoja. I was just trying to think loud. What do we do with that water? That rain that comes when it is too much, where does that water go? Can we have technologies, water harvesting technologies? We could trap that water and use it during the time of scarcity. No wonder it just floods everywhere, and finally it is wasted, and then we start crying of drought. Our development partners who are here, if you would come up with water harvesting technologies during rainy season, dams, we have this water harvested at household level or maybe at parish level. Simple pumps to use this water maybe for production of, to facilitate even if they are kitchen gardens. That one would be a very great boost to the communities. Improve security of people and livestock. Yes, we've talked about this. The issue of cattle, livestock, rustling, the safety issues, so rampant in Karamoja. I was told the Karamojas, some Karamojongs still have guns. So we don't know. oh, these are issues. But they tell you we have guns to protect our animals, but now, some of you even who go there to work as development partners, you're also threatened in the process. But this is a very critical issue, ladies and gentlemen. Now, also put in place a comprehensive livestock disease and vector monitoring management plan. We know at local governments, they are trying to do livestock surveillance. They have surveillance officers, veterinary doctors who try to do surveillance. But given the insecurity situation in Karamoja, I don't think they can do much. I don't think really they can do much, but we need really to strengthen the disease surveillance to have our livestock in Karamoja safe. Invest in post-harvest handling. The nutritionists will tell you that food is never food unless it is safe. Food safety is very critical. Much as Karamoja is food stress, they don't have food, but also the issue of safety comes in. And now when you look at food safety, enhancing post-harvest handling facilities comes in very important and critical. It will address issues of food loss, food quality. When you talk about food stocks, where can they stock the little they have? So post-harvest handling investment is something we need to think about. We need to continue providing periodic early warning information. This is very critical to help us plan in advance. Also consider enhancing protection of productive assets and livestock through livestock restocking. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the food security report in Karamoja. Thank you so much for listening.
A very elaborate report coming in there. Once again, another round of applause for Mr. Sunday George Bob for giving us what Karamoja looks like. That's been on the part of the food security update. Growing worse and worse and worse each and every day, each and every year, unfortunately. But how about nutrition on its part? Yes, there could be food, but how nutritious? Or the food is not available, but the little that is available, does it deal with the nutritional aspects or the health aspects that are required, especially for pregnant and lactating mothers, as well as, the young babies or the young children that are being born? And to speak about the Karamoja specific nutrition update will be from the Ministry of Health. Mr. Tim Mateba, please come speak to us about the nutritional bit of it. Is the food available? Yes, it's not available, but is even the little that's available? Because we did see out of the update that the number of people who don't even have food for the next 3 months, just a very small percentage right there. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes through.
Yes, it is still morning. Good morning, colleagues. I also add my voice to welcome you. My name is Tim Mateva, Senior Nutritionist at the Ministry of Health. I also want to add that I'm a member of the National IPC Technical Working Group. So much of the things that you are seeing, I'm part of the group. I'm privileged to present the issue of acute malnutrition in the Karamoja region. And I beg that we move the slides. Oh, okay. Where's the, okay. When it comes to acute malnutrition, like Bob earlier said, as opposed to chronic, this is the malnutrition that has happened in the recent past. And in the Karamoja, we are talking about acute malnutrition of all forms. And the word GAM here, sorry, I think I'm still learning how to use this. The word GAM here may be a little confusing, but global acute malnutrition is simply abbreviated as GAM, refers to acute malnutrition in form of severe and moderate forms. It can also include acute malnutrition where a child has a swollen body. We normally call it swollen body. The baby may look fat, but actually sick because the child is malnutrition, previously referred to as kwashiorkor. So in this case, any of those presentations is referred to as GAM. And here, basically, we're talking about the under 5. And I want you to notice that the situation, like it was in the food insecurity, is not any better when it comes to acute malnutrition. There are 2 districts which are standing out of the crowd, and that is Kabong and Moroto. And they carry a flag of 19.8%, say about 20% of the children have acute malnutrition in Kabong, and that's their flag, while Moroto has 22% of their children under 5 having acute malnutrition. And maybe the worrying issue is that there is an increase almost in all these districts. When you look at, except 2, Abim and Karenga, Abim has shown some signs of a decline over the years. Maybe there's something to learn from Abim that we can apply to other districts. But the rest, most of them have an increasing trend since 2020 up to date. The women, when we talk about vulnerable groups, we're actually referring to children under 5 years old, and then women who are pregnant or lactating, or both. Sometimes you can be lactating and pregnant. So pregnant and lactating women, again, like it was the case with the children, Kabong and Moroto have been hit hard when it comes to acute malnutrition for pregnant and lactating women, with well over 25%. 20% of the women in Kabong having malnutrition, and then 25% in Moroto. These are worrying figures. We don't know why, but ahead of the presentation, we shall see the drivers. Probably for those of us who are coming from the districts, you may have a different view, because we are looking at this from the statistics that we had. It's good we are having colleagues and representatives from the districts. Overall, in Karamoja, the situation seems to have improved among women, but just slightly by 18%. Look at in 2021, we had 18% of the women having acute malnutrition, while 15% in 2020. We cannot celebrate over this small increment because we are still in a dangerous zone. When we say that we are classifying acute malnutrition, and we say that for example, Kabong is about over 20%, including Moroto, here are the descriptions. When you have a district with less than 5% of the prevalence of children having acute malnutrition, we shall always clap our hands and say that's acceptable. When it's between 5 and 9.9, we start to raise a flag of alert, because then things are getting out of hand. Otherwise, the implication here is that the situation may be progressively deteriorating, and morbidity levels are likely to increase when you see this. When nothing is done, you progress to another level called serious one, where we have 10 to 14% of the children having acute malnutrition. As if that's not enough, now we are going to a situation where we are talking about the 2 districts carrying the flag, and they are in a phase called critical phase. So our classification of acute malnutrition has seen 2 districts in critical phase. and that's Moroto and this means that mortality and morbidity levels are actually elevated. And when they're elevated, it may also imply that the individual food consumption is likely to be compromised. We don't have any district in this particular area of extremely critical, but the implication, if there was, means that there could be widespread morbidity and a very large individual food consumption gaps for the children in that area. We are lucky that we are not there, but if nothing is done, this is the road towards which we lead. Many times, classifying is not enough. There is need to do some response. And when we say the situation of acute malnutrition among children is acceptable, here, you will need to maintain the low level of acute malnutrition based on what you are doing at that time. Here you are clapping to yourselves because things are good. So maintain. But if it's a lot, then you need to strengthen existing response capacity and the resilience. They should be able to bounce back to acceptable levels, without which you slide into serious. So address the contributing factors for acute malnutrition at that particular point. And like I said, without which you go into serious, and that will require you to scale up treatment and prevention of affected populations. Right now, our Assistant Commissioner mentioned that UNICEF and the WFP and I think other partners were providing support right now in order to prevent deterioration, and we are doing this by doing treatment. But there are those who may not be in acute malnutrition, and we try to prevent those who from sliding into acute malnutrition. And when it is critical, now you need to do significant scale up and intensify treatment and protection activities to reach additional populations affected. And at this point, there has been massive screening, house to house. Screen, find them, and send them for treatment. And then follow up. We don't have anybody from here, but otherwise it would require you to address widespread acute malnutrition and the disease epidemics. By all means, here you are trying to prevent death. What does the situation then mean? We are talking about over 90,000 children aged between 6 and 59 who really need treatment over the course of the year up the end of 2022. And among these, of course, we have those who have severe acute malnutrition, equal to just right over 22,000. And then we have those, majority of whom have moderate acute malnutrition, which are slightly over 68,000. But we also have women also need treatment, and these are about 9,500, and they will need that support. The districts, like we said earlier, the two are here with their flag, but we also have 4, Amudat, Nabiratuk, Napak, and Kotido, which are next in the line, and then, of course, Nakapiripirit and Abim and Karenga are fairer or better than the rest, but they cannot celebrate. The key drivers, we are talking about drivers like it was with food insecurity. Also, acute malnutrition has got some key drivers, and like Brian said, these are called key. It means that there are more than this, but we're only picking out a few. Inadequate response to the most urgent needs of the affected population over time. That is leading to the recurrent and worsening of the situation. Acute malnutrition we are seeing now is not just beginning from nowhere. Over a period of time and repeatedly, there are certain needs, and mainly socioeconomic, that need to be addressed. But because, for whatever reason, they are not being addressed, the communities and of course the vulnerable groups are the first ones to be hit. Then we have got, and I don't want to use the word very poor, maybe I would say very low, to be fair, very low levels of food consumption among children. We are expecting, and we have a measure of what we call minimum acceptable diet. For us who are here, probably we are enjoying, I don't know whether that was a minimal acceptable diet this morning, or maximum, in fact, let's use that also. There, only 4% are able to meet what you would define as the minimum acceptable diet. You are eating one meal, one type in a day. Another, variety limited and frequency limited in number. And this, for them to qualify, you will only find about 4%. Maybe these are the ones who are in the urban areas, and probably for those who are working with the UN, maybe. So you can imagine what it means. All the district leaderships, those are the ones who are in this 4%. The rest, you can imagine. Then high and recurrent acute food insecurity with districts in IPC phase classification 3. You will recall that Bob, the previous presenter, said that most of the districts, I think all of them are in phase 3, which is described as crisis. And this is with the food, and without the food, let me say, there is expected to be malnutrition. Obviously, of course, we also know that the presence of food does not necessarily mean nutrition security, but it is the biggest or key driver to malnutrition. When there is no food, definitely you'll drive towards acute malnutrition. And if all the districts are in phase 3 or in crisis phase, we expect acute malnutrition to be prevalent among those children. Then we have low and decreasing access to enough water. Like I said earlier, food alone is not the cause. There are other non-food causes of acute malnutrition, including disease, which diseases may come from intake of unsafe or unclean water, and also even the preparation of foods requires this. Water is very important in many ways, but in Karamoja, I think access to water is one of the key barriers, and without saying so much, it does not only affect food insecurity, but also goes as far as affecting malnutrition for that matter. We have issues of sanitation. I don't want to speak about this, but those of us who have visited Karamoja, you can tell how many households do what we call open air defecation, which is probably normalized, I think, but it's really bad. The details are in our report, if you have a booklet, if you have got one. So although not all also a direct factor to malnutrition, we observe that during analysis, anemia, which affects about 37% of the children, that's more than a third. They have anemia, and anemia is also a pointer to many other things happening among children, but it's a nutrition issue, and it can tell us that there is a very big problem in as far as food intake or prevention of anemia programs is concerned. It's also good to compare food insecurity with acute malnutrition prevalence in a district. Why am I doing this? I said earlier that the food insecurity does not necessarily mean nutrition insecurity. Whereas the whole of Karamoja is a food insecure in phase referred to here as crisis, you'll find that there's a variation here with some districts like Nakapiripirit, Abim, and Karenga doing fairly better than others. So what is the issue if the food insecurity is the same everywhere? Probably here we can then talk about issues related to diseases, related to care practices, all those non-food causes. Usually they are immediate or underlying or basic, and they vary from place to place, and this is where the leadership comes in, so that the person in Abim, if the local government in Abim is doing well, the one in Moroto will say, what did you do differently? But if it's an issue of, for example, Valley Dam, or gender-based violence, or the presence of a mine, gold mine, and people go and waste time in a gold mine, then here where there is no gold mine, the mothers will be breastfeeding, while here they are not. There are quite a number of things. So this comparison is very good for us not to conclude that because there's no food, therefore there is malnutrition. Response priorities, these are suggested and generic response priorities, and they include for us to intensify and scale up a response to treat the existing cases of acute malnutrition among the children, and also this is already ongoing, like the Assistant Commissioner said, and it was needed as soon as we noticed. Thanks to UNICEF, the VFP, and other partners who are doing that. Promote and intensify awareness-raising actions on good practices of adequate maternal, infant, young child, and adolescent nutrition. We normally hear for us, we call it MICAN, but that is what it stands for. This awareness campaign may not give immediate results because it is a behavior change kind of thing, but we need to intensify and maintain. You can't go on the radio once and you say you are done. It needs mindset change, and but we need it because it works on individuals. Conduct integrated management of acute malnutrition, here referred to as IMAM. We do a bottleneck analysis. Why is it that the trend has been increasing year in, year out? Maybe there's something we've skipped our eye, and we need to do that analysis. What is the bottleneck that we may have not done? And all this we are talking about as a recommendation requires support. Strengthen early childhood development by improving the capacity of caregivers and infrastructure. Childhood development is a huge area of its own, but it can also be an underlying cause of acute malnutrition to children. Use nutrition surveillance systems to identify pockets of malnutrition. Surveillance systems help us to do early warning, and the moment you see a shift from the normal, then you quickly attend. Otherwise, by going to do a food security and nutrition assessment, which comes later, it only mirrors what has already gone wrong, and then we run very fast with actions. So if we had surveillance systems, this would be very good for us as warning systems. Scale up nutrition-sensitive agriculture in affected areas. Do not just grow one crop and say, okay, you have food. Food is food, yes, but why is it nutritionalized, if I am to use such a word? So we are saying nutrition-sensitive agriculture to the affected areas. Do they have, can the children access variety? And then probably the amounts that will lead into frequency improved. This is very, very important. Further integrate WASH in nutrition and health education. Yes, water and sanitation is very important, including hygiene. But as you do health education, this one will appeal to our health workers, both at health facility and the communities, to make sure that we do these things and make sure the knowledge gain is improved. It has been ongoing, but maybe we can incorporate this in the parish development model, now that we are talking about that. Enhance and widen routine community-based micronutrient supplementation. Our biggest challenge also in nutrition is micronutrients, that even if you eat the foods, some of the foods may not give us the micronutrients that you need in order to counter malnutrition, and you will require supplementation. And then finally, further promote social behavior change communication. This one, I think, is one of the pillars in the parish development model. We can hang on it. They talk about mindset changing. If that happens, then we shall be okay. Thank you very much for listening. That was all about malnutrition in the Karamoja region.
Thank you once again, Mr. Tim Mateva. I think one particular thing that he highlighted was the fact that because there is food insecurity does not mean there is acute or there is an aspect of malnutrition. But when we talked about scaling nutrition-sensitive agriculture, it doesn't require huge chunks of land. It just requires that you identify what needs to be done in which particular area. And thank you very much to the ministry for the intervention of the screen treating and follow-up. I think for me that was a very key one to addressing issues of acute malnutrition. Just before we go into our panel discussion, which will be closing in the next 1 hour, we should be ready for our lunch and be able to get into our next discussions for the day. This IPC, I want to specially recognize all the IPC members. Kindly just stand up and wave to the audience. All the IPC members, both at the national and those at the district level. Let's just have all the IPC members stand and wave to the audience. You've done a tremendous work. I know you're all still seated. Yes, exactly. All of us, both at the national and the district, some are outside. You probably were not able to see them. They're still following up. You have done a tremendous work. And it's not only at the national level, like I said, it is also at the district level. The districts are involved. I specifically want to say a special thank you to Mr. Brian Musaga and Dr. Okengo from Abim district. Just stand up and wave to us. Right there, yes, from Abim. We are not talking about districts and not involving them particularly. And then I just had Mr. Tim Mateba from the Ministry of Health who was here with us. You can wave to us once again. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Toko Mansour from the Ministry of Health as well. Where is Mr. Toko Mansour from Ministry of Health? Well, he's outside, but he's done a tremendous job. Ondoga Simon, Ministry of Health as well. These were facilitated, yes. Mr. Ondoga were facilitators of this particular analysis. Now, how about here from the districts? We've said all we have said from the districts that represent Karamoja, but what do their leaders have to say? Are these realities, or we are exaggerating a little bit of what the statistics have to say? So I'll have just two representing the entire region from Kabong. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome the LC5 chairperson, Mr. Merino, to come and speak to us. Did we say the reality of what is happening in Karamoja, and particularly in Kabong district? Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I hope it's still morning. It's afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Mary Gino. I am the district chairperson Kabong. Moderator, I don't think you pronounce my name well. It's Mary, it's M-E-R-I, then Gino is J-I-N-O. Okay? Yeah. So thank you very much for having me here, and I would like to personally thank the organizers of this event, the IPC team for the good work done, and all of us who have come here today. I thank you so much for highlighting what is currently happening in Karamoja, most especially in the district of Kabong. What has been presented, and for sure, we are here for two things. One is about food insecurity in Karamoja, and the other one is the malnutrition that is currently being experienced in Karamoja. Whatever has been presented in the area of food insecurity is very real. It is the reality on the ground. I am telling you the truth. The team of UNICEF that brought the media about a week ago saw the reality on the ground. When you talk about food insecurity in Karamoja, and at phase 3, meaning that people cannot afford a meal. They cannot afford a meal. People can stay for 3 days. And for me as a leader, what I experience every day in the area of hunger, it's very, very hard. I wake up in the morning, I find over 50 people in my compound. All of them need something to eat. They have never eaten. The most affected are the children. The most affected are the women lactating. The most affected are the elderly. I'm afraid in Karamoja, if we are not careful, we are likely to lose a certain set of generation, the elderly. We have had death being reported almost every day in Karamoja. For example, yesterday I asked my technical team to provide me with some statistics of death related to hunger. And surprisingly, one sub-county was able to give me 300 people dead. I just said, no. I can't take that to government. I can't take that to media, because it may think that I'm just alarming and making noise and lamenting for no reason. I said, keep those numbers, we'll rectify, we'll validate, and then we'll share with the country. It's very true. There is no food in Karamoja. People are dying. I remember the last time the minister was there, she was informed right in the meeting that someone had just died of hunger, 200 meters away from the meeting. So what I'm telling you is true. And whatever has been presented, thank you so much, IPC team, for the good work well done. It represents exact picture of what is in Karamoja rightly. And all this is attributed to two things. I know a number has been presented here, being key drivers, but to me and to us in Karamoja, there are two things. One is the current insecurity that has really affected almost every family in Karamoja. You can imagine Kabong district losing over 55,000 animals to cattle rustlers. Almost everyone, whether you are an elite or what, was affected. And yet, cattle is the main livelihood in the region. That's what people depend on for food and for all the other aspects of life, especially malnutrition. The reason why it's going up, in Karamoja, kids, in the morning, they have a gourd of milk kept purposely for them to feed on. In the morning, break time, lunch, they feed whenever they feel hungry. And you know what milk, what the nutrients milk provide. It is very serious. So you can just imagine for Karamoja, in 2021, it was 30 people who were food insecure. But now it is 42. Almost half of the population is food insecure. They cannot afford food. This is not acceptable in a country like Uganda, where God just placed. It is the best country in the world. I have had a chance to visit a number of countries and to work in a number of countries, but I've never seen a country like Uganda where it is endowed naturally, but we mismanage it, and we end up with the people suffering and dying of hunger, which is a shame. It's a big shame, to tell you the truth. Malnutrition is very high. Yesterday, I asked my technical people, please give me the numbers of the children after the screening exercise that was supported by UNICEF. Interestingly, the numbers have gone up. It's no longer 19.6. It's now 22.4 children are acutely malnourished in Kabong. You go to Kabong health centers, the hospital. I've never in my life seen kids ballooned. They call it in your technical terms, wasted. I've never seen that. And it is really alarming that as a country, when we see such a thing happening, development partners, sincerely, we need to respond. This is like war. If there is war somewhere, if there is a disease somewhere, the focus should be there to correct it and have it corrected so that we can all move as a country in the right direction. It's very, very saddening for Karamoja, year in, year out, to be lamenting, crying, food, food, food. It's a small part of the country, few population, almost just a little bit above 1 million, and we can fail to manage it and help those people, the Karimojong, to be just like the rest of the country. So with that, I would like to thank the partners, the government for the response. Government has been providing some relief food. The partners have been providing some food aid in terms of, for example, World Food has been helping us with the supplementary feeding, with protective food ration for the families that have malnourished children, and UNICEF for the good work of the screening and the response that started this week. We welcome it, and we want other partners in the country and our friends, the donors, to take up this mantle and help this region. This region is partly, if you are not aware, in the end, we may end up being a strategic region of this country, because the region is endowed with minerals and natural resources that will help this country. In fact, to me, it's the next frontier. And the insecurity, either government for the response, because it's part of what is bringing all this. The government has deployed adequately, and we think all these challenges of food insecurity, all these challenges of malnutrition will be resolved. One person last week, about 2 weeks ago, visited the district, and he came to say hi. My office, a courtesy, and we shared a lot. And interestingly, after sharing, he told me that, Chairman, for Kabong, I'm talking about Kabong, but it's the same picture everywhere in Karamoja, said for Kabong, if you want to get out of this mess, government has to compensate the 55,000 animals that were lost to cattle rustling within 3 years. If it's not done, sincerely, the picture will repeat itself. The second one was, if government cannot come in and bring in tractors to help the people produce more food. Because right now, because all the oxen, everything was taken, now people have resorted to hand tools, which were even sold to get food to the table. The oils which were provided were also sold. The seeds were washed and eaten. He said he cannot. So you have the tractors mechanized. The way I saw my friends from Maif said, those recommendations are very good. Bring the tractors. I even made some requests, but all that was, I don't know what happened. So this is the picture. And my appeal to all of us, let's help Karamoja. We stand with you. We will be there to support your activities, the government, development partners, our friends, to make sure that we change the narrative for Karamoja to also join the rest of the country and the rest of the world and go the way our finance minister said. Thank you.
A bigger round of applause for that passionate delivery from the LC5 chairperson. Apologies about the earlier mispronunciation of your name, Mr. Mary Gino, who is the chairperson of Kabong District, LC5 chairperson. You can feel the passion within him that he is a leader, but there is only much that he can be able to do. That is where the concerted effort and partnership that we were talking about earlier comes through. Another one, maybe one would say that's just Kabong. It's just one other of the districts. If you could just look at that particular map. Allow me welcome the Chief Administrative Officer of Moroto, Mr. Komaket Charles Oluba, to as well be able to give us the other side. And if you look right there, Kabong and Moroto, when it comes to malnutrition, they're in the critical phase. A round of applause for Mr. Komaket.
Yeah, thank you very much, Moderator, the honorable ministers who are here, the members of parliament, the heads of UN agencies, our development partners, the resident district commissioners, the LC5 chairpersons who are invited here, ladies and gentlemen, in your distinguished capacities. My name is Komaket Charles Oluba. I am the Chief Administrative Officer of Moroto District Local Government. The district chairman of Kabong has already talked about the situation in Karamoja, and the earlier presenters as well has mentioned a lot about the situation in Karamoja. And just like my chairperson mentioned, that is the story in Karamoja. But just to make a brief presentation based on the needs, ongoing responses, and the gaps that we have, I want to just say a few things and start by saying that the situations of food security and malnutrition in Karamoja is very worrying indeed. It is so worrying, and it is of great concern, not only to the other parts of the country, but to us as well. And as leaders of Karamoja, when we come here to talk about food insecurity and malnutrition, we are ashamed about the situation. Karamoja leads in many things, not only in malnutrition, but also in insecurity. It is not something we are happy about as a region, and we feel very ashamed about it. But we cannot do much. We have to talk about it, and we seek for help. The number of people who are going without food, as has been reported, is really increasing, and is very, very worrying. And this is increasing, unfortunately, each and every other day. And it is not just about food to fill the stomach, even the quality of the food, just like was mentioned here. We don't even have the food to fill the stomach, leave alone to nourish our body. It's a terrible situation. And the entire region, just like my chairperson has mentioned, we really need urgent help, we need urgent intervention, and we need urgent support if we are to address some of these situations. Because our own interventions seem not to be helping us now. The local initiatives are not helping us to address this issue, and we really think foreign intervention should come in to help us address this thing. And the need is really very urgent, just like the chairman has mentioned. People are dying. People are dying in big numbers, silently. Not just malnutrition, but people are real dying in the villages. And the number is increasing, and we as local authorities, we cannot do much. And in a situation where life is being lost, we feel this is an urgent thing that should be addressed as quickly as possible. But we also think that this may require both the immediate needs of food, but also the mid-term to help us come out of these situations. Because we also know that providing food to do away with the hunger and malnutrition is just a short-term solution that may not be able to help us for a long time. You will definitely get tired with us. We need something to be done to address the mid-term situation and help us sustain this situation that we are having now. What are the ongoing responses? What are we doing as a region? What are we doing as districts in Karamoja? I can say that we are working very well with our partners. We are working very well with our partners like UNICEF, like World Food Program, like FAO, like other development partners, like other NGOs, Mercy Corps, you can mention them, CRS. We are really working very well with them to provide support to these malnourished children, to provide food support, treatment, and that is trying to help some of the situations a bit. That's why you may not see it escalated so much. But I can also confirm to you that apart from children being malnourished, even adults themselves are malnourished. It has extended up to adults, and that is the worrying bit of it. The food supplement that are sometimes given to households, it is not a surprise that if it is not administered in the health facility and it is taken home, the adult benefits from it, and the children become disadvantaged in this. We also have nutrition quality improvement activities that take place in the health facilities. In all our health facilities, the treatment that is talking about in the health facilities, treating children who are malnourished, but also giving them food supplements to relieve them of those acute malnutrition situations in which they are in. That is being done in all our health facilities. Apart from just treatments and provision of food, but we also do mass screening. Our partners are supporting us with finances to do mass screening in health facilities and conduct integrated outreaches, which outreaches target many areas. Because it's integrated, we look at malaria, we look at TB, HIV, AIDS, all. Because these are issues that contribute to malnutrition. And if they're also not done, we may end up not doing much about malnutrition alone. Apart from integrated outreaches, we also do training of resource persons in the communities, community resource persons, and this we have gotten support from Mercy Corps through their Apollo programs, where their programs under Apollo is. They help us to do training of those resource persons, and we have done quite a number of them in the districts in the region. Apart from that, we also have been doing social mobilization in the communities, in churches, in mosques, in Dateker, in the Manyatas, to make communities members know about this situation and possibly how they can come out of it. Our district nutrition coordination committee has become more active than before. We are supposed to be meeting quarterly, but we now meet monthly. Because the situation is worrying, we have to identify what can we do to address these situations. So we meet more regularly than we used to do before, to see what interventions have we recommended earlier on and how have we addressed them. Which one is working and which one is not working. We have also intensified our sensitization programs of agricultural extension workers. Arising from the District Nutrition Coordination Committee, we have also recommended that for the medium term, we need to encourage our farmers to open more land now that rains have come. And this can be done through our agri-extension workers. So our agri-extension workers are going out to do a lot of sensitization of farmers, encourage them to plant fast-growing crops, to encourage them to open more land for planting of crops. We also have early warning systems bulletin that we produce every month. With support from WFP and the FAO, we produce monthly bulletins, early warning systems put in place and to tell us what are the drivers and where are we likely to move. What are the indicators that can show us that we are not doing very well? And this we discuss and come up with solutions of how we can sort out that situation. Our partners like CRS have also helped families of malnourished children to establish gardens, small gardens in their homes where they grow vegetables to supplement on the food that they have. And these gardens over the weeks have increased in sizes and are becoming larger. And we feel that is really doing a very great job because people have really adopted it and are really growing small crops and around their homesteads, and which is really helping a lot. Of course, we have also notified the Office of the Prime Minister about the situation. We have written to them, although we have not gotten quick response, but we are hopeful that in the nearest future they will respond to the general food security situation by providing maybe food for the entire community, and maybe this will help to reduce the situation. What are our gaps? What gaps do we have as a region? As a local government, as local authorities, we are ill-resourced. We can't do much. We don't have the resources to do all what we plan to do. Even the outreaches, if it wasn't because of UNICEF and WFP, we would not be doing them. Thanks God that provided us the finances and we're able to do that. Even the screening, if it was because of our own resources, we wouldn't be doing that. But because they have come in handy, we're able to do that. The chairman has talked about tractors. I can assure you that we know Karamojongs as pastoralists, but over the years, they have picked up with crop production. People have started growing crops to supplement the keeping of animals that they do, because they've also learned that the animals alone cannot sustain them well. But the opening of these gardens need to be made easier and faster for them. The soils in Karamoja is hard. When it is during dry season, you can't open it using hand. The hand hose, you can't. The Ministry of Agriculture through NADS gave 2 tractors, for example, in Moroto. But during the opening season of land, the line is very, very long. Personally, I wanted to be exemplary and open land and also grow crops to show that crops can grow here. I went and registered to use one of the tractors, but I was number 32. The season closed when the tractor had not even reached my turn. People get tractors from Kenya. During the farming season, we see tractors from Kenya, especially in sub-counties like Tapach. Tractors from Kenya come to help Ugandans to open land. But these 2 years, it has been difficult because of its security. The Kenyans cannot risk their tractors this side because the warriors can get them or kill the operators or even burn the tractors. So the appeal of the chairman of having more tools to help them open land faster and easily would really help a lot. If they can line up behind 2 tractors, what would happen if we had about 4 or 5 in one district? We really think that would help to solve the situation a bit. So my appeal to Minister of Agriculture, good enough it was in their program, let us provide these pastoral communities who are learning to do a bit of crop production, let us help them to do it with ease and faster. That would really help to change the situation, and that is our view. Even farm inputs. Operation Well Creation gave us seeds, maize and beans for planting. We gave them out, but what is it that happened? You can't wait to plant when you are sleeping hungry. People washed away the seeds, washed away the beans and the maize seeds and ate them. Planting came, people had nothing to plant. Even the hose that we gave them to open land, it was taking long for rain to come. People sold away hose. We netted as Moroto district 157 hose, which were sold to one person house. They were coming back to Kampala. They were coming back here. We arrested them. So you can see the situation now. People cannot wait. Why can't we give these people inputs, seeds, fast-growing crops that can yield within a short period of time and relieve them of these situations? But of course, we need also support to continue doing screening of malnourished children in facilities in the communities, continue doing referral of those who are found to be acutely malnourished, continue with the treatment, continue with the provisions of food supplements, continue with the social mobilization, continue with the provisions of safe water that was mentioned here. In Moroto, at least our safe water coverage has gone to around 75%. With support from partners, UNICEF again, C&D, to help us do sanitation-related activities, to help us rehabilitate boreholes, to help us drill new ones. And all these, as you know, are contributing factors to malnutrition. If they eat the food, good food, and they still get infections, the diseases, the germs will eat away the food that have taken. And at the end of it all, it will come back to zero. So these are the few presentations I wanted to make on the areas of what are our needs and what are the ongoing responses and what are the gaps that we have in Karamoja region. I am from Moroto, but this is cutting across in the entire region. I thank you for listening to me.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Komaket Charles Oluba, who is the Chief Administrative Officer of Moroto. Literally, the story is almost the same, lots of interventions that need to be done. And those are some of the discussions we want to bring in our last segment of this day, and that's going to be our panel. It's going to be more interactive, it's not more of a talk back. It's going to be an interactive session, and in the next 30 minutes of that, we should be able to conclude our panel. So I will invite to the panel in no particular order. We will have Grace Tusime, the Undersecretary, Disaster Preparedness from the Office of the Prime Minister. Just feel free to take any of those seats right there. Madam Grace Tusime will be more than glad to be speaking to you. I will also have from the National NGO, Agnes Chirabo, the Executive Director of Food Rights Alliance. We've been speaking about food. We've been speaking about post-harvest handling. We've been speaking about the quality of seeds right there. But what exactly needs to be done? So we will also be having Agnes Chirabo. We'll also have from Karamoja, Joan Nagadia from the Catholic Relief Services. This is also a non-government organization working in Karamoja. We talked about partnerships. That is what we are scaling up to. Talking local governments and community, Mr. Ambrose Honoria, the RDC Kotido. I told you that the local governments are represented here. We will have him as well. And John Nangiro, who is the LC5 of Nakapiripirit. But as these, all that I did mention, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to come and take up any of those seats rare. Mr. John Nangiro, Mr. Ambrose Honoria, Joan Nagadia from the Catholic Relief Services, and Agnes Chirabo, as well as Grace Tusime from the Office of the Prime Minister. Let's give them a round of applause as they come up stage, and feel free to take up any of those seats right there. It's free sitting. But as they do come up, allow me recognize especially these district local governments that are represented. There is just a small one to go up there. For district local governments of Kabong, Moroto, Abim, Amudat, Napak, Kotido, and Nabila Tuk. Let's give them a round of applause. These are all representing this particular region. All right, away from those local governments, we do have development partners as well as NGOs. Earlier on, we had talk from UNICEF, World Food Program, Food and Agriculture Organization, World Vision, QM. Thank you so much. Medical teams, Food Rights Alliance, and we also do have World, Mercy Corps, Hunger Fighters Uganda, ADC Impact Initiatives, USAID, Catholic Relief Services, Afford, FELSNET, as well as Tomorrow Vijana. A round of applause to all our development partners and non-governmental organizations for the support they have given. To the private sector, there is always a lot of resources involved in this. So Stanbic Bank, Equity Bank, for all the support that you've been able to give. Makerere University, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Office of the Prime Minister, we are more than glad to be able to have you. And then we'll be talking to all the other organizations and development partners. Grace Tusime is right here with us from the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness. We'll be speaking to her, and much later on, of course, she will also be giving us a note from the Minister Hilary Onek himself. Agnes Chirabo from Food Rights Alliance. Do we have Agnes right up here? Probably Agnes is still outside. We have Joan right there. Joan Nagadia is with us. Mr. Ambrose Honoria from Kotido, the Resident District Commissioner. I think he just stepped out, but Mr. Ambrose, oh, he's right here, please. A round of applause as it takes to to his seat. And then Mr. John Nangiro, who is the LC5 Nakapiripirit. A round of applause for him as well. Let's receive him right up here. So they always say ladies first, and I always love to keep that rule unless there is danger. We always start with the men when there is danger. Let me start off with Grace Tusime, and especially at the level of government and in terms of policy plans and preparations, what are some of the priorities actually with regard to addressing hunger are we having? And earlier on in the discussions also, we did hear about, from the technical working group, issues of human resource. People don't want to work in Karamoja, and yet we're talking about a region whose statistics are a little bit worrying. If you could just address those two key areas. Yes, fine. That's okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Side. What are the strategies we have? Members, you are aware right now, I've listened to the chairperson, LC5 Kabong and the CAO. We have the parish development model, and among the issues that came out loud and clear, I could feel and touch the issue of mindset, which is part of our parish development model. But we're also looking at the livelihood, we're also looking at empowerment within that parish development model by putting across funds and engaging people into teams so that we deal with them as a team, not individuals. But we are also aware that Karamoja is a unique sub-region. That's why we have specifically the Karamoja Affairs in the Office of the Prime Minister as another intervention on how to deal with them in a specified and special way. We already heard how they have communicated to us, and they are waiting for us to respond. I want to assure participants that this is one of the way of communicating. We are coming here to launch, to ask us to come together as a team and save lives. But as OPM, yes, certainly we have plans, we have strategic plans, we have that, we coordinate that parish development model, and we have a specific entity for Karamoja Affairs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And like you said, parish development model is here, it's coming. But are there particular areas in terms of priority that you've specified? Like you said, it's unique. We've known them as pastoralists, and now we are introducing agriculture to them. Are we looking at them in a different perspective, and which economic activities government will be paying attention to in that area?
I think initially we used to look at Karamoja more on the as livestock based.
Okay.
But we are, as a team, as government, when I talk as government, OPM coordinates other MDAs, and this brings in Ministry of Water, brings in Ministry of Agriculture, brings in gender. We work as a team to ensure that we move on from the initial way of handling issues of Karamoja, of course with the defense, because we have issues of security which are key. And this time we think it should be all round, and that's why we are looking at providing water for production, encouraging them in the mindset issue to embrace agriculture in totality in terms of crop, not only livestock. Yeah, we've changed on that now. On the issue of security, it is also well encompassing, and government has come out clearly, and it's a priority right now. If you've been reading and seeing how of recent it has come out loud, and as we've heard from people on the ground, to us, security and malnutrition are key, and we have to address them, but in a wholesome way, not only looking at only giving them or stocking the cows. We are also looking at maybe have diversification and give them goats. I think you are aware we are working on that, and also look at the crop production. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I will take this, looping it from what you've said, the mindset change, and that's a discussion that always comes through. And let me bring in Joanne here. In dealing with them, on the aspect of mindset change, what exactly, for example, needs to be done? And that is with regard to even the aspect of food security. Like one of the previous speakers said, in the past it was known the pastoralists. So introducing, crops to them was totally alien, so to say. And that also touches on the aspects of nutrition, because you're not only going to depend on the cow, the meat and the milk at the end of the day. How can this holistically be dealt with, the idea of mindset change?
Thank you very much.
Feel free to have the microphone on, yes.
Thank you very much. Since you've already mentioned my name, I think no need to re-mention it. Yes, I'm Joanita. I work for Catholic Relief Services. So on the issue of mindset change, what we've done as community level implementers, we have engaged the community to be leaders of the change. So we engage the last mile people at the community level. We use peer-to-peer approaches where the communities take lead to influence the change. So as we sit here today, let's keep in mind that without engaging these communities in the change we want to see within Karamoja, we cannot achieve any change in Karamoja. So whatever interventions we plan, we should know that the communities should be on top of the change. Everything we do, all the interventions, be it nutrition, we also use a lot of male involvement in our interventions. because men are really at the top of the decision making. So we do engage men in all these different interventions, be it health, be it nutrition, because they do influence a lot in the mindset change. What the man says, if the men are not brought on board,
Yeah.
however much you deal with the women and the children, you will not achieve that change. So basically it has been a lot of community-led change and influence, where communities influence each other to bring out the change at community level.
I totally love when you talk about peer-to-peer, because if you bring a Mildred from Kampala to go and do a sensitization, you may need to encompass and bring on board the people from the communities. But you talked about one aspect, and try to sugarcoat it, but it's actually patriarchy. You understand? These men are out looking for pastures for the animals, and the women are staying at home. How are we able to bring them on board? How are we able to get the time to have them involved in the aspects and discussions that we're having for the region?
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe to highlight to you that Karamoja, not everyone is nomadic. So we have some communities which are nomadic, and those ones which are static.
Okay.
So we have those ones which are into agriculture, and those ones which are into pastoralism. And not all pastoralistic communities are nomadic. So there is that kind of, it's a dynamic environment.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like it's cutting across the whole region.
But is the message being taken? That's the other issue of mindset change that she was talking about.
Yes, the message is being taken because it's community-led.
Okay.
So the community comes up with these solutions, we work with them, and what has worked, we use peer-to-peer approaches where the communities lead the change. They perform, so these people learn more by seeing, not by talking. When they see things happen, they do adopt them faster.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it breaks the whole idea of do what I say, don't do what I do, right there. Let me bring in Chairman, Mr. John Nangiro. With regard, earlier on, I think Assistant Commissioner Ameni spoke about the development of regional best strategic plans. And I'm wondering whether you as the leadership are involved in this, and how much this information has trickled down to the people that you do lead.
Thank you very much. Once again, I am Nangiro John, the district chairperson of Nakapiripirit. The strategic plan was drawn in consultation with the leadership of Karamoja. And as for us in Nakapiripirit, we further went on to make the nutrition and food security strategic plan in conjunction with the Office of the Prime Minister. It is in place, and I see it as an opportunity on which we can implement activities and programs that bring our people out of this snare of food insecurity. I want to tell this conference that a bigger portion of the problems of food insecurity in Karamoja is contributed by the people themselves.
Okay.
The other portion goes to weather. And to a small extent, that portion goes to the policy issues. Therefore, because the people themselves contribute a major part of food insecurity, they steal food, they loot and rape, they displace people from fertile areas. So ultimately, all that causes food insecurity. And therefore, we need first of all to tackle the key drivers. What is the problem of security? What are the needs of the Karamoja themselves? Until we know what they want themselves, is when we will have the point done. Otherwise, we are assuming that these people want handouts day in, day out. They may not need that. And if it is handout, which type of handouts are we designing for them?
Okay.
Therefore, the move now is to see the critical needs of the people, and if they need, do they need it, or we think they need it?
Have you tried to engage in those? Sorry for interrupting you, Chairman, but as a leadership, have you tried to engage in trying to find out what exactly? Because I've also seen a number of relief organizations that have moved from, handing out beans and posho and that, and going to cash, because then I am able, as a person, to determine what I need and then purchase it.
No wonder we call this charity work.
Okay.
It is normally supposed to be received at the time of actually doing what we call a rescue moment. But for sustainability purposes, to enable one to be self-reliant, we need to do something. What's that something?
Okay.
First of all, even before we do something, we have opportunities. In the government, we have the production department. And the problem there is the staffing. We have not filled our extension workers' positions. Why? Because of the wage. This time, not because the personnel is not there. They are there, but the wage is not available. So we need to look at that, and that goes to a policy matter of limitations of ceiling and so on. There are some, that's why I say the share of policy is also there in contributing to this. The other one is that for now, programs like NUSAF have started to move towards sustainable meaning. We have what we call the settlement-based development. Visitors in Nakapiripiri, we take you to that, where we have got as an Israeli mode of settlement, because we have seen our communities with Israeli people have something common. They have what they call a kibbutz, which is similar to our array, bigger one. And if we see the map and the management of these systems, the other one is, I can say, a semi-demi version of the other one. Ours is a semi-demi version, a smaller version of the Israeli model. So we copied it, and we are going to do a study in Israel. Therefore, we are working out, we started in Nakapiripiri. It is working. Come there and we see. What other interventions would we suggest? I know that for sure, for the Karamoja to have meaningful change, I am aware that our good partners, the World Food Program, helped us. And after many years of charity work that the World Food Program has been helping the Karamoja people, we only realized that we had a problem. Which problem was they had become addicted now to getting free things. And therefore, to move away from that part now needs a lot of mindset education. We have the opportunity there. We have CDOs, the community development officers. However, what I'm seeing is we are not utilizing effectively some of this. How much is given to the community development department, which must be this much of this work. It comes back to the policy. It comes back to how we plan at the central point level. And therefore, we are saying that food security interventions in Karamoja must be sustainable. My brother, the chairman of Kabong, was suggesting of tractors. We introduced tractor service. And there were other measures that we had suggested earlier than that. And one of them was actually to do restocking itself. The Karamojong, if you give an animal, he treasures and believes in the animal more than any other thing that you give. So we think that for us to do away with the problem of actually rampant food insecurity, year in, year out, food insecurity in Karamoja, first of all, provide the livestock. Then to give it its infrastructure, protect. Key about it, protect it from being grabbed. And you have made a point.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be coming back to you, Mr. Nangiro, at a later stage. Mr. Noria from Kotido, I will still ask with regard to the same. Are we having a trickle-down effect of these strategic regional development plans, but also continuously seeing these worrying indicators, including disease, malnutrition? What are you as leadership doing to engage the communities to respond to such? Feel free to switch on that.
My name is Honore Ambrose, the resident district commissioner for Kotido. First and foremost, permit me to congratulate the Karamojong who are in this house.
We can give them a round of applause.
You know, Why have I said that? Because they took a bold step to defy culture, and then they went to school.
Oh, yes.
They defied culture. Now, it's along those lines that I say that the most forgotten thing is that these illiteracy rates are very high. It's very difficult for you to communicate to people who may not understand you. Now, most of the people in Karamoja actually cannot communicate because they may not speak English. Now, as government, we have gone down to ensure that the CDOs do participate in sensitizing the communities. But due to insecurity, for example, we have one sub-county, Kotido sub-county, which is totally inaccessible because of insecurity. There are lots of places in Karamoja that you cannot access even to deliver services. That is why sometimes we have a fear that we are going to have challenges even with PDM. But when we talk about attitude problem, I want first of all to emphasize that it is the educated who must first change their attitude. Okay. Because, for example, I get shocked when I go to Kotido. I am now 8 months that I found a lot of wastage. You find tractors have been vandalized. There are about 80 of them. I visit the site in Moroto. You find about 7 of them have been vandalized. Then you go out into the community, even where there's massive tree cutting. The lives of the community is very poor. Means that even with the money that they get from the charcoal, they take it into drinking. That is one of the aspects that we must look at. Alcoholism, serious alcoholism in Karamoja, and then serious destruction of the environment and burning trees into charcoal. This will not take us anywhere. Now, the government of Uganda has provided for tractors in the sub-region. Unfortunately, the people who have got the tractors or managing them got them for free, but they are charging 120,000 shillings for 1 acre. How do you expect somebody who is staying in the region to be able to afford that? So the attitude of the managers, the technical people, they must go and ensure that whatever comes in the name of government should be taken very seriously, and there should always be a follow-up. Okay. Because in most cases, when something is taken there, then they just abandon it and watch it as it goes. Lot of vandalism in the sub-region, and then the issue we need to emphasize. Sometimes when there's a big harvest in Karamoja, the sorghum is sold away at peanuts. In most times, it goes for 500, 400 a kilogram of sorghum, and then they buy it back at 1,300. Those are issues that we must be able to put up checkpoints. We must put roadblocks and ensure that food does not roll out as fast as they get it.
Okay.
These are very, very serious issues. We need to ensure that everybody involves oneself to ensure that children go to school. Now, with a lot of illiteracy and people moving up and down, everybody thinks that all the life is on cows. They have never imagined that if disease struck just for one moment, for about a year or 2 years, what will happen in the region? Those are serious issues. And we need to continue to communicate with the people. But the people who speak English must emphasize that they play their roles.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, most of the alcohol, like Waragi, moves all the way from Jinja, a place called Wandago. And the enforcement, which is supposed to be Uganda Police Force, has failed to do its work. Maybe I should change the word. Not failed, have refused, because they have capacity to stop it. But due to corruption tendencies, we are still lagging behind.
All right, thank you very much. That's very coming from right from the heart. I'll use just the last few 4 minutes to each one of us. Give it 1 minute. I'll start with you, Joan. What exactly are some of the biggest concerns of these communities? And I want to believe that their concerns then become the recommendations, then become the action points that we will be able to deal with. What do the people we are working with want?
you. Thank you so much. I think the needs are really changing. They are not static.
Okay.
You find that currently it's more on security. Security is the major issue now within the region. And like, even when you go to really talk of the nutrition, when you talk of the food security, people are more concerned about the security situation. So the needs are really volatile, like they are not static. However, people always want the inputs. I think the mindset change is now happening. We are seeing some mindset change from the previous years, where people were more waiting to be given, like to receive inputs, to receive this bit of receiving. So they have now gained the sustainability ways of growing their own crops and being able to store them for the next season. At least they are getting there slowly by slowly. So I think what they need is basically to support them with more of the technical support, where people reach out to them and teach them how to do things better.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that is the most needed thing, alongside the other needs of the startup. Some of them may not have, for example, the inputs to start the process.
Okay.
So inputs are very much needed, alongside the continuous support in terms of technical support at community level.
All right.
For them to really pick up the best practices in health and nutrition.
So it's actually a case-by-case approach.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. Mr. Nangiro, coming to you. As leaders, what do you think you have to do better? Because I want to believe, yes, there's something that has been done, but what do you need to do better, and what more can be, or new things can be introduced to be able to deal with aspects of food security and malnutrition as we look at the broader picture of security in general as a whole?
First of all, before I answer that question, it is important to note that the situation now, as far as Karamoja is concerned, is that requires immediate intervention in terms of securing the area and the people, and two, getting some emergency food for those who are badly in need of food. Those are the very first ones. Now, what am I or we as leaders in Karamoja doing? In Karamoja, we leaders do a major work of mobilizing communities. We have carried out a number of what we call peace dialogues. The problem here is that sometimes the peace reached is temporary. Temporary in that the Karamoja believe that after some agreement has been reached, someone should protect that agreement so that it holds. And that whoever has to go to breach the agreement should be punished. That one they refer to the government.
Okay.
And which sometimes is either looking at their decisions as illegal. And there you get to crossroads. We come up with a resolution that the community says this is the best way to deal with us. The law is coming across again and saying, no, don't do it that way. And this is when we have not put in place even other mechanisms that enables the formal laws to operate properly and to be really seen, to be helping people on the ground. These are the critical needs we need. Okay. We need, therefore, as local government leaders, we need to be empowered through resources, through even, first of all, we don't have transport vehicles. Okay. We don't have. You jump from one department, then the PS there is writing. The chairman have written. You jump this one, now what is this? Yet we have a lot out there to see our people, to talk to our people, to deal with the mindset of a person. It's not a daisy talk. It is consistent and must always be there and there and there. For a lifetime of about 30 years, should be talking to one person to change the mind. Okay. Yes.
All right.
So that is the critical need now. Okay. Mindset change, immediate intervention is that we need to save lives. That's number one. Then we must look for a long-lasting solution. We deal with the mind, provide resources, give us the resources we need to develop this infrastructure that we need to make sure change is realized.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nangiro. A round of applause for him. For the leaders, at least you can feel it is passionate what they're speaking about. And the last 1 minute before we get our final speaker, I'll give it to you, Mr. Honoria, as well. You were talking about alcoholism, for example, but I've seen districts, say Gulu, that have put up ordinances on, I mean, when and when not to drink. I don't know if that can still be applicable to you, but what are you doing and where do you need to be empowered as the leadership?
Yeah, basically, on the issue of alcoholism, the most important thing is we have to get down ourselves and ensure that the people who are manning these roadblocks do what is supposed to be done. Because, you know, with alcoholism, there are a lot of things that it can cause that sometimes people do not talk about. In the areas that we are going to be hunger-stricken, we are going to have the HIV prevalence getting very high because there is now exchange for food for sex. And sometimes, you know, people ignore. When you get to a place, a district like Kotido, you find that almost the bigger percentage of girls are either pregnant or carrying babies on their backs. This is a very, very dangerous thing. And if we look at it critically, then we are going to have a very different and a very strange war again. Now, we have taken up and are going to ensure that within another 21 days, there's going to be a very big change in the whole of Karamoja, because Kotido district is the epicenter of the challenges of the insecurity in the region.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll have the very final say, but right here, I will invite Madame Grace Tusime, who is the Undersecretary Disaster Preparedness, who will also be giving us a speech or an address or a message that is coming in from our Minister, Disaster Preparedness, Relief and Refugees. But before she comes, ladies and gentlemen, for time, we will need to bring a close to this. Allow me dismiss my panel, but let's give them a round of applause as they get back to their seats. That is very passionate, very tangible, practical solutions that have been provided by these people, especially the leaders. You feel that they're trying their very best to do. But as Madame Grace Tusime comes, she will also be responding to one question earlier on that we talked about, or that was also explained, that manpower. I mean, people just do not want to go and work in these areas. Mr. Brian did mention that. You take them or you give them a transfer, they will give all manner of excuses. And yet these are the areas that we need to have their issues addressed. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Madame Grace Tusime to give us the speech from the Minister, and also will officially close off this. I request that we listen to each other, and in just a minute we will be done.
Good afternoon once again. I'll start with the question, what are we doing about it on the issue of encouraging Ugandans to go and work in Karamoja sub-region? Dear participants, you were aware we had come up with an approach of hard-to-reach allowance to motivate Ugandans, including the Karamojangs themselves, to be retained, but also to get us also to go and work there. Of course, once in a while we have the issues of financial challenges, but it is something we are going to have to work and promote seriously, so that the officers, especially the public servants, are encouraged. But it goes back to the issue of addressing the other underlying issues like of security. So the security still comes on top, because even if we gave this hard to reach allowances and we have not addressed this issue of security, we will not get the kind of response. So yes, as government, we are seriously looking into that, engaging the leadership in Karamoja, because we know you know better how we can handle the issues in Karamoja, so that the issue of security is addressed, but also the motivation to get the Ugandans to stay and we don't have a high turnover of officers not being in Karamoja. Ladies and gentlemen, I will go now straight to the written speech that should have been presented to you by the Honorable Minister Hilary Onek. I wish to convey his apology. He was not able to join you, but he put on paper what I should put across. Madam Moderator, can I get the attention of ladies and gentlemen? I know we are really tired, so I will try to be fast. So please bear with me, give me your attention. Let's take our seats and listen to the minister's speech. Thank you. I start with protocol. He had recognized the presence of his colleagues, if they are in the house, the ministers, the honorable members of parliament, our district leadership in the districts, especially those from Karamoja, the heads of UN agencies, our development partners, the central government officials, heads of NGOs, district officials, as I already said, academia, if we are present, and all ladies and gentlemen. He goes on to say, to welcome you to this event where the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification for Food Security Report for Karamoja region for the period March 2022 to February 2023. I will read it verbatim. I wish to commend the efforts of World Food Programme and FAO who have made this event possible, along with colleagues in government. The food security situation in Karamoja has been on a downward trend, as witnessed in today's presentations. It has continued to deteriorate over the past 2 years with the population in crisis, that is phase 3 plus, increasing from 27% in June 2020 to 30% in April 2021, and now at 41%, translating to 518 people in April 2022 being food insecure. This implies that some households can no longer meet their food consumption requirements, thus leading to increase the number of malnourished children in the region. But we have also heard that also the adults are malnourished. This situation has been compounded by the poor performance of rains in the last 2 crop seasons, coupled with the localized conflict and insecurity situation in the region. Furthermore, inadequate quality agricultural inputs, diseases, and low household purchasing power have worsened the situation, causing widespread food insecurity in the region. These communities are therefore in urgent need of humanitarian assistance if we are to save lives and livelihoods. However, it should be noted that some interventions have so far been dispatched to the region, such as relief food from not only government but also development partners has been sent to Karamoja, although the demand has outweighed the supply. Since March 2022, for example, since March 2022, the government of Uganda has committed and allocated about 1,070,000 kilograms of maize flour and 535,000 kilograms of beans as relief aid to Karamoja. Of course, we take note that this is quite meager. Ladies and gentlemen, during the NUSAF 3, the DRF component had yielded some positive results, with the communities earning some income from the labor-intensive public works, LIPWs. This would in turn help them meet some of their food requirement expenses. And therefore, we should consider reviving this approach. Members, you are aware in the NUSAF 3, we had that in financial intervention so that we recruit we involve the youth, the people in Karamoja to work and earn and be able to meet their needs. And we are saying it's something we should be talking about to revive seriously. I would like to take this opportunity to thank development partners such as the European Union, USAID, UN organizations, such as FAO, World Food Programme, among others, for their partnership and support. This is a step in the right direction, although more is required if we are to alleviate the plight of thousands of families in Karamoja. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to launch an appeal to save lives of over 518,000 people across the districts of Karamoja that are facing food insecurity. I therefore implore you, all development partners, to support government in food provisioning that will also address the malnutrition in Karamoja. for God and my country. Thank you.
All right, a bigger round of applause to the minister. Please look at her as the minister now, because she ably did represent the minister, Honorable Hilary Onek. The last item on our agenda will be taking a group photo, which we want to commemorate this and be able to remember that we didn't just sit down to talk, but that picture will remind us that we need to put into action whatever discussion we've had. But just before we leave, online is Mr. Belihu Negese, who is the regional IPC coordinator. And if we are ready with the technical team, you can give me a thumbs up. He wants to give us just a brief message in about a minute or so, so we can be able to hear from him. He's been online and following up all the discussions that we have had. But as and when we are ready from the technical team, they will be able to give me a thumbs up as we also prepare to have our photo moment. So for our photo moment, we'll have our minister, and I will stick to it, Madame Grace, who is representing our minister, who will come back to the fore, and Stanislaus will definitely help me with that banner right there. We will have all the representatives from the local governments, please, all our district chairpersons, the chief administrative officer. Let's get to the front here and make sure that we can be able to have our photo moment. So let's just get to the front. The LC5, the district representatives, and as well as the IPC technical team representatives. We'll have a group photo in phases right here. So let's just move to the front. Are we ready with Belihu? Maybe just we could hold that and first of all listen to Mr. Belihu. Please, if you're able to hear me, go ahead and address us. We're eager to listen from you. Oh, all right, sorry, we did lose him right there, but thankfully that he was following up each and every discussion. So let's get to the front. Madame Grace Tusime, who is representing our minister, please. Let's have back all our district chairpersons and Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Nangiro, Mr. Honoria, please get back to the fore. And earlier on, of course, we had Mary Gino, please get to the fore, as well as Mr. Komakech. Get back and let's have this picture taken in memory. And the other district leaders who are represented here, local government leaders who did not necessarily come to speak, but please, I kindly request that we come to the fore. All the district leaders, all our district leaders represented, please. Let's get to the fore. I think camera persons, would this be a good place for us to, yeah, we are improvising. Yeah, let's improvise the very best to make sure that we can have this taken. I'm wondering whether you need some pull-up banners to the back to be able to, and we can have others actually stand at the back here. So other members can just move to the step and stand at the back so we are able to have as many, so that you're not put in the crop zone while we are cropping the picture. Okay, yeah, we can go, a bit of us, some of us can go to the end, to the extreme end, and make sure that we are not put in the crop zone. Okay, and that is not just to be able to take the picture, but a memory that we will be able to put into consideration all the discussions that we've taken, that the recommendations will as well be put into consideration right there. But just in a bit, after this, I will request that Madame Grace will remain with all our leaders, and we will have the UN team as well be able to join us. The picture is still on. The picture moment is still on right there. Okay, I just request Madame Grace to remain, and let's have the UN team, all the UN agencies, WFP, UNICEF, Food and Agriculture Organization, please come through, let's join. And the IPC Technical Working Group, please as well. I am seeing Mr. Brian Musaga still there. So let's join this. And our political leaders as well, please. Accountability, yeah, to the very people that we are having this research done to be able to solve the issues. We can as well still use the same mechanism that we will have some people standing at the back, and especially those who are gifted by God, who are gifted by nature. Okay, yeah, we can have a few others. Let our paparazzi help that we balance up the spacing, which is right there. We have a few put on the first there. You don't have to go, but we can still see them, which is okay. By nature. All right. And I do hope as this picture, which is the very last item on the agenda, is being taken, I do hope that we are all ready with our lunch coupons. If you don't have any, I think Anita is somewhere close, or Patience will be able to help us. They're not smiling. Is it because the statistics in the report are not as good? Please, let's smile, hoping for a better future. There is light at the end of the tunnel. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to everyone for keeping time, for ensuring that we stay up and bring this discussion to life. And right now we will be having our lunch served. Feel free to interact, feel free to pick up some of the documents that we have printed already. And we do have a summary report for each and every district, please. This particular summary report is present, so if you need to, please pick it up as you go out. Lunch will be served in just a bit. I think I should be letting you know, in the restaurant side. Yeah, just right below. We will all slope down and take to our right. That is where our lunch is going to be served. So ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Masses, may God bless you for all the time that you have given to us to engage in this discussion. I remain Mildred Tuhaise, and we meet again, God willing. That we are going to have. Thank you very much.